wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Good morning, everyone. Another day in paradise. Another new all-time high happening as we speak. Just insane for the market. Good to be a bull. Bad to be one of those people who always bet for the downfall of the market. How are you doing, Jane? I know we're waiting for Mitch to come in from cheating with us, but how are things?
I am good. I'm good. Yeah, I'm seeing nothing but bigger moves above. However, in the long term, nothing but bullish momentum. However, seeing that they could retrace it today when we have these big gaps like we've seen on NVIDIA on the daily, it's just leading me to believe that we're going to have that little bit of a retracement, much like we started the day yesterday, and then surge higher. So we saw I believe it was during March, that it was sell the pop. Then in April, it was buy the dip. I'm seeing that buy the dip continuation again. So maybe take profits in the morning, buy the dip once you see it curl back up, and then rock it to the upside again. So right now, definitely, in my opinion, buy the dips. Unless maybe you're in the Chinese stocks. I saw you had yin up, and looking at BABA pulling back, also JD, looking for a bit of a cool down on the price action for AMD, for Micron, for NVIDIA, for all the chip makers. And maybe that's just in relation to the Chinese visit that we saw Trump have. But right now, looking for some buying opportunities with patience for the drop down in price action. Otherwise, I'm still seeing pretty much a bull market. Selling on gold still. Dollar is showing a bit of a move up to me. So that's where I'm saying, okay, we're right at that inflection point of that bigger money. So that's a risky spot to be. Maybe this could be a rollover, a little bit pull down. Like I said, I've been seeing that as the dollar advances, the market pulls back a little bit. Had the same thing happen yesterday. We saw the dollar was up at open, the price action dropped, and then we surged higher. So looking for that sort of continuation move with the inverse correlation, but overall, still a bull.
Yeah, and that's, the trend is continuing. I'm looking here that we had core retail sales come in, and, if you can't find it here on the chart, that's because nobody cared, even though it was, retail sales and unemployment claims. Those are usually two decent little events. We had a little tick up in unemployment claims, which I don't want to say it's a good thing, but it's more of the Fed will cut than when we got CPI. That was more of the Fed will raise. Again, I don't think there's a single world in where we get a raise with the new guy brought in specifically to avoid that. But the fact that, again, you can't even see it. You're looking here through the chart. You can't see where it happened. There's no huge volume spikes. Market doesn't care, because I think you're right, Jane, where all we care about right now is what's going on over there in China. I think they have another day or so of meetings, and then they, come home and brag about what an awesome thing it was and blah, blah, blah. And then they can lower rates probably the way they were always looking to anyway. And, if you take a look at FXI, it's a just, great overall index for this. Pulling back a little bit, seems like it was a little bit of a buy the rumor, sell the news type of an event. This is going to correlate heavily with BABA. BABA is going to be just a huge component in this. So, yeah, if you liked it yesterday on the way up, this pullback is going to be interesting. So I'm watching. I didn't get too involved yesterday. I just wanted to see some sort of continuation. I think I had some buy stops I set yesterday right there. And obviously, those aren't going to trigger. I'm going to cancel those on the open because, we're down here somewhere. But still, if we start to get some sort of turnaround, if we dig our heels in, start to look pretty good today, I think the China story is the story to keep an eye on. That's the one we need to focus on, because really not a lot else. We do have more earnings streams. We are talking about earnings, and they're important for people who want to trade those particular companies and things like that. But there's just nothing that is market moving, right? Cisco could kind of, I guess, be the only one that is, somewhat part of what's going on. Oh no, that was last night. So we're over here.
Yeah.
See, I don't even know most of these companies. AMAT, I guess, is kind of part of that thing, but
I think Rumble is going to be one that I think will draw a lot of attention. Just with the competition to YouTube. I think this one's really going to it's like Reddit, right? So I think that we're going to see that Rumble is going to be a bigger mover right now on the chart. We've seen pretty much from where we are, we've got a nice rounded bottom on the daily screen. Daily chart. And if we can get above 10, that's going to really squeeze a lot of people. 982 is where I'm showing 70%. I've got a measurement of the bell curve. 70% of the volume for the past couple earnings is showing a 982. If we can break above 982, I would say, even in the after hours, I'd say, you know what, that's probably going to rocket to the upside. They started selling ads, much like Reddit did, and so that is generating more revenue for them. So looking for Rumble to somewhat be that competition for Google's YouTube. And a lot of people are posting on Rumble as opposed to YouTube because of all this censorship. So right now, the big
thing with them is they've got to make $1, right? So this chart that I have up here, especially in this kind of market, and this is probably why the stock hasn't been able to go anywhere, they must have done a lot of capital raises. So I think if you're watching, that's what you got to watch for, because sadly, they've never made a single penny. And that's just not something you can keep going in this market, where raising money at these interest rates, that's like a 2020, 2021 thing where you can be a money burning machine and still go on. But it'll be interesting, right? So the current estimates, if anyone's watching, is to lose another 9 cents a share. So if they can beat that, I think that's what people need. Because I look at this chart and I just go, man, at least you're not down a ton. If you invested from the IPO, you're down $1 or so, but just really hasn't done anything for 3 years. So that's just looking briefly. I'd say that's what the market's interested in, right? It's can you make $1? If you can make $1, all of a sudden maybe it'll be interesting to people.
Right. Well, that's it. I think it's got to make $1 and break that 982. But if you look at it for the past 2 weeks, right, or past month really, since the 14th of April, it's had a nice run. So we've got to see that let me check the short volume too on it. Let's see.
Yeah, well, right. We also got to remember since the 14th of April, throw a dart at the screen and hopefully that stocks up. And if not, you got to move, because it's, the whole market's been kind of ripping from them. And then I also look at it and say, okay, well, if it's up that much into earnings, is all of that already kind of priced in? Has the market already looked at what, and this could just be pure superstition. I don't have the data for this, but it could be one of those that if the market is tanking into earnings, seems like it's easier for the company to come out and kind of surprise everything. If the thing doubles into earnings, that could be interesting. It could be like, okay, the market's already assumed that they're going to price some stuff in, because that doubling into earnings is just, again, is it? I hate the term price for perfection, but is that the kind of way it's already done after a double?
Right. So looking at this, remember we were talking about earlier this week, USO, that had that big short volume build. Look at this, all the way back from November, past 6 months. It's only been below this amount of time since it started to go up, the bottom of April. Other than that, it's been above 50%. So I think that run has really been a short squeeze here, because it's been going sideways. We're sort of pretty much sandwiched. I've got to go back even further on the chart, but it's sandwiched between that $9.80 and $5 range. So if it hits that top, big picture, it looks like it's going to come back down again. Now, if we bust it and we go above, that's going to be a bigger move with all of this building over the past 6 months. So I think that's going to be my afternoon watch. It's going to be Rumble. See if it shakes up the market.
No, it makes perfect sense, right? There's that. What else do we got on the horizon? Again, I just look at a stock with that caught in a range. Like, give me something with a trend. Is there any of these things? Well, AMAT, I bet you. I haven't even looked at it. I bet you AMAT's got a nice trend for us to look at, because anything in
Yeah, that's
the
pretty trending.
anything in their semiconductor space. So this thing, holy smokes, yeah, from 150 to 430 in pretty much a straight line there. That to
Yeah.
me is kind of interesting. Is that another one that maybe things are already priced in? This is at least is like a real company, makes a bunch of money. Like, their earnings are growing with their price, they're making money, all that kind of stuff. But the earnings, I'm just looking at the estimates here. And again, I'm not the guy for this, but the estimates are huge. Like, the estimates are way higher than they were in the past. Like, quarter one estimate was 220, and then quarter two estimate is like 270. So they're expecting to just like absolutely blow earnings out of the water. That's another thing that, nice uptrend, and the street's kind of expecting the world out of you. Is that one of those that you do a little fade on
What
just
is
because
that
everyone's
site you
betting?
use for earnings, Michael?
Yeah, I use it's just Earnings Hub, and it's got one of those, the same kind of calendar graph that everyone has, which is cool. But you just click on one, and it just tells you what the you just got to set up a little account. I do the sign in with Google thing, but it's free. And yeah, you can just click on the company, and it just goes, this is the earnings trend, and yeah, it's yeah, so it's right here, so you can see on my screen. So this is the earnings trend. So obviously it makes sense that the company's been going up this way because earnings have been going up like that. But yeah, then you have this one dot way up here, and this is what they're expecting for this. And this, you can just see, way higher than a lot of things have been happening inside this trend that they're kind of ripping out into this earnings space. So just like, and we go back to Rumble, right, has always lost money, and they're expecting pretty much no change from last quarter when it comes to EPS. But this one, you look at just how much more they're expecting of a huge move. And then it's kind of cool because it puts the hollow circles are the analyst estimates, and then the colored in ones are what they actually did. And you see most of the time green dots, which means they're beating whatever the expectations are on the street there. I just worry that if they have to beat, if you're used to beating all the way back, from 2022 is the last time, second quarter 2022 is the last time you missed. It's like you're kind of, the Scotty principle. You've over delivered so much that it might be one of those that even if you miss just by a little bit, because the company's up here so much, are they just going to absolutely take you to the woodshed? I don't know. Not really my game, but it's something interesting to keep an eye on.
Yeah, for sure. And with oil still seeing, I don't know about you, but we are over $2 a liter up here, which is about $5.75. I did the calculation earlier. $5.75 a gallon. How's the cost for you of fuel?
We're not nearly that. I think I filled up this morning and it was 185, I think.
Very nice.
So,
well, we've got the Montreal taxes too. That's why.
That's probably the difference. The old French taxes.
Yes. Well, right now I'm also seeing that, really it's pretty much that continued move. We're going to see it move higher, but some of the ones that are really also on the radar, Nokia is killing it, up at $15. They are moving. I'm kicking myself. You know what? I didn't have the patience. I was out of it way too early. And it was where is it? Big screen. Here we go. So I was in at 8. And now it's all the way, it's up at 15.20. So this has had just a massive move to the upside and very nice run. I'm kicking myself for exiting that. Also, Tesla and NVIDIA look like they should have that pullback. ONDS as well right here. Had a big move off of earnings, looking to see if this is going to continue. This does have about 60%, 61% short volume, and Cisco had 51%. So they're looking like they could have a bit of a squeeze right off of the open. Hello?
I think he's just getting Mitch ready to go.
Okay.
But yeah, Cisco, this is one of those companies that's kind of funny because it was a big deal way back in the day, and then kind of almost went all the way to zero with all the other .com stuff that went down, and what a insane resurgence. It just shows that if you can pick the right ones for a turnaround story, there's a lot of money there, but good luck. For every Microsoft and Cisco that was in the .com bubble and almost went to zero and then came back, there's a pets.com or something like that just went completely down there. And this is why I think people love low bases. I don't think our charts go back that far, but you have to go back on like a monthly chart and just see that Cisco never really got back to. See if I can grab this from TradingView real quick. How long this thing took back.
Year.
Let's go. Oh, I think you got to go further than that. 20-year. Yeah, 20-year doesn't get you back to 2000. It's one of those that we think are, and you got to forget. But yeah, so this is the old peak. This is the year 2000 peak. It's $79. And you had to wait all the way until 2026 to break a new high. So if you want a lesson on trend and trade management, you have to do this, right? There was many times to maybe get involved and take trades and everything throughout, but when it hit that 2020 high, it spent 15, 20 years just between, call it 20 and $30 doing nothing. And then eventually it came all the way back. This was the first all-time high in February of this year. And just imagine being that person to hold all of that length of time to get even. And then, right, you look at the SPY over the same time frame, right? This is the year 2000 on the SPY. We had that dead decade that we had those two back-to-back issues in a row. But then ever since then, just like it was before, right? This is how markets have worked since the 1800s when they started to exist. We have 200 years of kind of market data. Yeah, and that's the beginning of this ETF anyway. But and it just goes to show. And same with Microsoft. I always like to bring this up. Right? Microsoft was never a junk garbage company. It was never a pets.com. It was never a funny meme internet thing. Like, they built the software for everyone's computer. But if you had bought in the year 2000 and you had hold the whole time, you had to wait all the way to 2016, 17. So not as bad as Cisco, but you had to wait 16 years just to get back to even. And then after that, of course, buying at $58, you get a 10x from there. You're super happy about that. But just goes to show it's all risk management. If you had gotten some of the initial run, taken profits, moved on with your life, came back 16 years later when it was making a new all-time high again, bought it again, you can make another 10x. So you don't need to pick bottoms, right? You need a plan to exit. And again, for every Cisco and Microsoft that survived, there was, pets.com or whatever.com that's gone and it is never coming back. For every Costco, which is always a good one to look at, like the mega long-term chart. For every Costco, which this thing is just insanity. This is 1987. It was $1 and now it's $1,000. Every dollar you put into Cisco turned into $1,000. But for every one of those, there's a Bed Bath Beyond, right?
Yeah, and also there's also Peloton, right? Peloton ripped. That was during COVID, and now I think it's down to 4, 5. There you go,
$5. And so you could have gotten in at 20 and it went all the way to like 200.
And
Zoom. Yeah. And Zoom might be one of these things that actually exists and does a thing at some point.
What's going on, guys?
What's going on?
I was just on Zoom.
Zooming away. Very nice, very
Zoom,
nice.
Right?
The funniest stat I always remember about Zoom. I know they still. I can hear you. They keep. I talk to them about that because Zoom. I find it so like laggy, and you always come through looking like crap on the other end. Because I think it does 720p, so you're all like fuzzy and stuff. I'm not a big Zoom guy.
Yeah, you can get the 1080, but you need enterprise and need to have enterprise on both sides. And
it's 2026, man.
And it's like, how can you not get 1080? Like, if anything, you should be telling me that you're struggling with 4K, and then I'd be understanding. I'd be like, all right, well, it's okay. It's 4K, dude. We'll get there someday.
I've come I've been on twice a week for 10 years, and I've come out on, and sometimes the wife puts the kids on the TV or just to shut them up and say, look, there's dad, he's talking, just please don't scream for 5 minutes. But you go and you look and you're like, man, is my camera really that bad. So you go back in, you start fiddling with your settings and stuff. You remember, oh, it's Zoom. But like Google Meet, I think is free and does 1080p, right?
Yeah.
It's just a dinosaur.
The lighting is also weird too. Like my lighting will be perfect on my side, but then I look like Casper the Ghost on when I'm on Trader TV. I'm like, why do I look like Casper, dude? I look like I haven't seen the sun, and I live in Florida. That's not good.
But looking at the chart here, we're breaking
it's
out.
It's been a big change. This is what we call stage 1 breakout, right? This is a stage 1 going to stage 2 now. And I think that there's a bunch of these that I've been seeing. I've been seeing more and more of these. This one's a little bit different because I think it's like a complete destruction of the trend, right? I don't think you can really look left and validate that can be the price range that it's coming back to. At least.
No. No.
That's the COVID bubble. The COVID bubble.
Not in a reasonable mindset, at least.
The stat was that it was worth more than ExxonMobil at one point in COVID. It's like this internet conference company that there's a million internet. Like when I do CMT stuff, it's like Click Meet and here's like EVMux, and then there's like a million of these things out there, and you're sitting there, and this is worth more than one of the largest oil companies that like put oil in every single car in the world. I'm like, this is a bit nuts for a very easy copyable technology. That was before Claude. Now, you give one guy 20 minutes and enough AWS server capacity, and I'm sure he could build up his own Zoom in like an afternoon.
We'll see what happens. Got hit hard overnight on, I think it was Billy. That was the only kind of China trade that I had on last night. I have another one on now. I bought CWeb this morning. We'll see if that reacts at the gates here. But these are just trade ideas that I'm looking at towards the bell here. CWeb already in, but Billy hit me in the overnight, and it started dropping fast. The thing that happened, though, is I knew that the China market was going to open at 9:30. So I was like, okay, Mitch, let's get prepared because at 9:30, the stocks are going to move. I have it, almost guaranteed mentality. It's going to move, right? But then I'm there, right? It hits 9 o'clock, and then I go get some food, and I'm like, I'll remember.
Left.
And then mid burrito, I'm like, I'm like, I forgot completely about the China Open, and I go and I look, and I'm like, oopsies. The market just started getting hit hard in after hours.
Did you see a news for it? Like I couldn't see. It was all the same hype.
This is the classic China. This is classic China trade. We have to sometimes think about it, right, Michael? And you've traded China before. You know how it works. It's a bunch of gaps. So it's like trying to position more than it is trying to get it all in one spot. Because if you try to do that, you can have moments like yesterday where it looked amazing going into, let's say, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. If you look at CWeb's chart, I mean, if you don't look to this past where the line is right here, this would technically, I think Michael, myself would be like, yeah, this looks amazing, dude. You're golden. Then you come in the morning and it's down here, right? So this is how China stocks work. They gap a lot because, of course, it trades overseas. And by the time we see it, it could be trading completely at different ranges. So this is the understanding that you need to kind of have, right? So today we'll see if it can recover. So what am I trying to do is I'm trying to play in near the breakout levels of yesterday. So wherever we broke out of, I'm willing to try to play out in that area. So that's why I'm already in. We'll see what happens towards the gates here. But another thing that could happen, of course, is like undercuts at 28. We'll see what happens. FXI, of course, doing the same kind of down gap, right? But there's some names that are hanging in there, right? I would say PDD is one of those names that are hanging in there. If you look at JD, didn't really cut down too much. It's not a huge gap down like some of them, right? So this is a telling sign, telling me that, the trade's still holding on. It's just kind of like this. Will we cut you out? Will we pressure you enough this morning to cut the bulls? And some bulls, I'm sure, already out this morning, right? They see the down action. They got caught. They probably longed up in here, and they're down, $2 on the name, right? So We'll see what happens here. Can we get the lift right back? I'm looking for a potential move right back to the 30s. And of course, I got Johnson & Johnson talking healthcare. Let's talk a little bit of healthcare. Healthcare, big rip yesterday. Caught the dip here. Look how beautiful this dip buy was. Oh, it was right here, guys. We just got it right there on the 15-minute pullback. This is the 9 EMA attempt on Johnson & Johnson. Now I get closer to the 9 EMA, able to risk off of it, looking for a breakout towards 235. Looking to see healthcare overall get a rally here today. We'll see what happens. Can this continue? Can the rally get up there? Can we get a healthcare move XLV to 150? We'll be taking a look at those names. There's plenty names to look at in the space now. So
that's the hope. I got a XLV up here. We talked a lot about this yesterday. I did add yesterday my XLV position, and all the healthcare names are getting a little bit uncomfortable, but tight stop, right? You know, you have to mention all the time. It's like this swing low. This is kind of my out. If we're back down there, if we close in that area, it's time to go. But, you know, seeing that we saw all the health insurance names rip, and now, you know, Lilly did a little pop and Johnson Johnson's doing a little pop. We're seeing just more and more of these names go. And eventually that should mean the index as well. So, you know, I've got my Oscar that I've talked about, and then I've got a little bit of UNH left. I just like Oscar better because it's just way higher beta. And yeah, now I want to get into kind of the other side of healthcare, which is like the Lilly and Johnson & Johnson, which is more of like that healthcare biotech, you know, wherever you want to put it. But yeah, this XLV is just starting to look good again as a very basic risk reward type play. If I'm right, at some point you would imagine the healthcare sector gets back to all-time highs, which is, you know, 10, 15 points away. If I'm wrong, I'm going to lose 4 or 5 points. So you lose 5 to make 20. Give me that all day long, over and over again.
all right, guys, let's talk about where shaping up the forces into the market today. All right, guys, into the market today. We'll be watching to see what happens. Can we continue the push here? Will oil and, of course, the sticky yields come and start knocking us down? We were all focused on inflation yesterday, quickly turned that mentality. We'll see what happens now. And will the XRT make an up move here now as we get retails to come in there? So retail actually showing a little bit of life. That's a good action move there. Will we get the SPY to rotate into some areas today? We'll keep watch to see what happens, of course, out of China and what other trades are moving in the market today. We'll keep talking about some more trade ideas as the show develops. Keep a watch, of course, on names like Cisco that had the earnings. That was an insane move. Of course, you guys know I've been talking about this move and focusing on names like this. And I talked about yesterday Lumen, how that was getting the push. And I'm looking for another push in this name. Could have bought it pre-market already, getting a lift there, 930s. We'll see how this one performs. I would love to get a dip back towards 9 out the gates on this. And then buy the dip, sell the rip. We'll see what happens. Get after it, traders. Let's see what happens. China. Can we get a China move right out the gates? Can we just get a quick rip higher? Can we just get an opening go trade where it just like, you got out in pre-market? You shouldn't have. Haha. Let's find out.
Klarna is another one too that just had earnings, their first earnings, and are, you know, correction, it hasn't had its first earnings, but it's had a nice pop off of this rounded bottom, a nice little wedge at the bottom. And it's looking like this could provide a nice move up to 18 if it's got some legs behind it.
And keep your eyes on that fast mover, Velo. Velo, talked about Velo and Triple D yesterday. Triple D still like kind of just developing. This is the 3D chart. But definitely Velo, straight takeoff. That's kind of more your momentum beta play playing in right now in the 3D space. And look at the action yesterday. Talked about it, how it was looking good. 18 to 21. 21's holding now. Could be making another little flag action. Ooh, Grail alert. I had this set here for looking for healthcare AI to maybe start getting hot. It's already made a nice little move, but I think it could fill this gap. That's a filling gap of like $38. I'll take a shot on that. So Grail, the Holy Grail stock. At least I call it that. We'll see what happens. Can we get this move in Grail? I need it underneath the 9 today, so it needs to cut 59.73s.
Yeah, IVG is leading the charge here on the open. We'll see if that continues. Nope, that was just kind of, I guess, a phantom print in the pre-market. That happens quite a bit. We do have retail up, and the retail chart is kind of interesting to me, right? We have this prior low here, big dump to reach there, and now we're kind of bouncing to retrace that. That to me gets a little bit interesting here as well. But RSP is up above yesterday's high, and this is RSP is kind of the last piece of the pie for me. We need the average stock to start breaking out in order to get super interesting about the market as a whole, right? It's great that the leaders are leading. You want the leaders to lead, but at some point you want everyone else to kind of catch up, have their heyday anyway.
Lumen already getting to push their 960s. I would love an undercut. I don't want to just buy the gap and go, so I'm going to wait. But is it pushing right out the gates? Yeah. So we'll see what happens. Out the gates here, sectors leading: financials, cyclical, industrials showing up here, metal fabrication. Let's see if we get some farm. Oh, airlines getting a little lift. Are we seeing a down move in oil here? Let's see.
Yeah, it was down.
There. Oh, look at the takeoff in Lumen now. 973s, almost $10 there, guys. I kind of give it to you guys there. That's a nice little move already. That's off of earnings report yesterday, trying to break 10 and could get going. I talked about how this thing could want 12 in a hurry. It's pushing strong. Lumen.
Yeah, the oil trade's trying to hold up here, right? It's down from the open. We're down about 1%. We had a bad day in oil yesterday. It was down again that day. So this is kind of, I think, the biggest thing to take a look at. It was two filled order. Oh, weird. RVI. So in and out of something. For even. But oil was down a little bit yesterday, down a bit today. We have silver down 3%. We have the average stock up and doing okay. And then even the Qs reversing just a bit. So the opening tick there on the Qs was lower. We hit that pre-market low and we're reversing there. So far, all lights green off the open. We don't need to say it, but things are definitely overextended. And at some point, we need to have a down day. Not happening yet.
Yeah,
had a quick trade on Micron.
10. Nice. Getting Micron short.
Back to the VWAP. Yeah, seeing really that a lot of the tech names are definitely pulling back, but like I said, those are potential entries. Seeing the bigger money flip and watching that price action, I'm sure you're used to seeing it too, Michael, with the algos. You can watch the price action and know when the algos are battling. And hey, this is a good point. Like now, getting ready for a short on AMD. We're below and about to short that guy down because they flipped their position. Let's get into that.
And we're falling here on FXI off the open, falling on healthcare off the open as well. SPY and the Qs are rallying. So another big cap tech, again, for the first 3 minutes of the open. That's at least what we're seeing there.
Almost $10 now on Lumen. Still pushing on the highs, just offer. That was a great trade idea there. Just, I hate buying like gap and goes. Not really my strategy. You guys know I undercut.
You gotta let them go, right? If it's not your thing, yeah. Step back and
did it have
wait for the next one.
Nice strength move now. Almost 990s on the offer. I think it gets to get to 10. Yeah. Deere is another one to look for above 600 today, guys. That one's recovering.
Even with healthcare falling, we have Oscar up another 2% on the day. This trend is nuts. This has been like the hardest battle of wills I've had in the last couple of years of just not selling. because it's just been
Good job.
it's been rough.
It's one of those where I would just go with the way that I'm going to set the strategy up, right? Just trail the 9. When the day that the 9 breaks, you can sell. You might lose maybe 8% on the extension move, right? But find an EMA and trail it. Find an EMA and trail it, man. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I've got an ATR,
ATR
thing
going.
Going. The thing I like about ATR is that with moving averages, the only downside to them is that if the stock just does nothing for 2 weeks, it will cross any kind of moving average. And I just don't know if I want to get out on when the trend stops or if I want to get out when the trend reverses. That's kind of the two ways to look at it. So I've got I think like a 3 ATR to sell half and then a 5 ATR to sell the other half, I think is the plan that I put in. But it's just been, it's everyone, it's a good problem to have, right? Having to worry about holding something that has doubled for you. So I'm not complaining, but it is hard to look at, that much money and go, man, am I really gonna let a lot of this come back on me? But just to show, it's important to talk about, right? The way to deal with those things.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I just think, I just see it on the charts all the time, right? How that 9 holds really well. So the charts won't lie, right? If it can hold in the chart, you should be fine, right? And, you find what works, right? And sometimes the 9 will cut you out. The 9 is a really short term, right? So maybe you're
on a 5 or a daily, which one?
Daily,
or all of
always
them
a daily, always a daily. Always a daily, because any intraday is not going to give you edge on a trend trade. I will just tell you that right now.
Funny, I talked to
that's not going to give you edge.
Garrett, who's one of the senior traders at SMB. We had him on the podcast yesterday. Well, he'll come out next week. Chatted with him yesterday. He said one of his breakthroughs was not using all or none stops, to use,
progressive.
He talked about, the 10 period and the 20 period and like the 50. If he's in a great trade, a third comes out when it breaks a 10, a third comes out when it breaks a 20, and a third that comes out, like that kind of thing.
I love that.
Put yourself on the way.
Well, it's like people will take profits in parts, and he's like a lot of people anti just selling because you're up money and it makes your fees better, right? But if you're waiting for the stock to turn, he's like a lot of people will use just an all or none trailing stop. Well, maybe use a partial trailing stop and just split it up.
Yeah.
So he's got all that coded so that when he buys the stock, it breaks this moving average, sell a third. It breaks that moving average, sell a third. It breaks that moving average. And then he's like, some trades I've been in for like 2 years because they just never broke the 50. And they just, and sometimes, I'm getting back in. I find I'm getting back into a trade that I still have some of from a much lower price and things like that. So it's just an interesting, one of those, when you hear him say it, you're like, duh, I don't know why I haven't pondered that for any period of time. But it seems like it's a decent way to do it. If you sell in parts on the way up, maybe consider not doing that and then trailing your stop out in parts on the way down.
Right, looking into FX high to see if we can start to get a lift. We undercut the 9 here. A pushback above 37.50s is really what I want to see on the FXI. So we'll see if we get it.
So I got Enphase here on a pullback, and I got SGML here on the pullback. Those are the two trades off the open. So far, nothing really to be said about them. I don't know what happened. I need to look at with this RVI. I think it just crashed and like halted. And that's why I'm in and out there for just like a $7 loser. So I may actually re-enter this with a little bit of a wider stop loss because you can see the in and out just happened all at once. And then I've just got one trade that I'm bidding for here. Looks like I missed on SDNL.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, RVI is that Robinhood fund. That's what thing's going. I saw that thing going crazy. It's like a Robinhood Ventures fund where you're getting access to, I guess, private instruments via whatever this thing is.
Robinhood.
Yeah, so this is a weird. You look at the chart, it's just been ripping. Seems like it's just part of one of those things. So I'll probably just leave it alone. Yeah, China gave up yesterday's run. They're talking about, yep, so far. And we'll see what. And it could have just been one of those, you know, if you were on, for us, it ran all day. If you were on the Chinese side, it gapped up. So it could have just been a bunch of those people saying, well, let's just take the profit on the gap up and to see if it holds these lows. And so like 37-ish on FXI. If we can dig in there in any way, great. This freaking robot vacuum.
Computer systems rebounding there. SanDisk trying to get right back above. So you're seeing a nice rebound there. ANET, another name that's starting to get back above. STX pushing WDC, pushing Dell with a nice little recovery. I like Dell. It held the 9 yesterday. It's starting to push off the 251. Really hot stock. Dell on the push.
Yeah, SPY trying to break through. It just did.
Look at
It's
Dell's
pre-market
takeoff,
high.
man. Holy moly. I went to go try to get some size there, and like literally in seconds, $3 or $4 pop. So, and that's a $250 name, right? Look at the size coming in there right now. There's somebody, that's what you call an iceberg order. You can see it right now, literally. You're literally seeing an iceberg order right now. If you guys want to know what an iceberg order is, that's it right there. Look how it keeps filling. It like keeps going offer up, but the volume just keeps stacking. Look, 90,000. It started at like 5,000 shares. The shares are just keep going up. The volume on the 1 minute bar. Look at the volume now. Look, 143, 145. Look at that. Look, that's melt up. That is melt up. This is literally, if you guys don't know what this is look that order just literally was insane on the volume. 168,000 shares. And you know what you see? You don't see anything here. That's the key. Right? You're not seeing that's literally. And the crazy part is I tried to jump in there, but it was just too fast. $3 up. I'm not going to jump in. But that's a nice rally there. The Dell takeoff. That could help like a name like SMCI, even though I hate it, dude. It could help it, right? So let's see this get the ramp up. Of course, it's had recent earnings holding on the 9. Oh, good Lord. It's like one of those names where I have to throw up as I buy it. I have to go to the bathroom and just bleh. All right, get in, Mitch.
Q's continuing to rip here.
I like it, though. I like it. I'll tell you that much. It looks good. Oh, good. Dare I say, yes, I'll do it. SMCI
MOBX is what the kids are looking at. Yeesh.
SMCI long. That's what the kids are looking at.
The MOBX from what, $1.50, now it's popping against $4. Came right up to Kevin's 420 and starting to reverse a bit. That's interesting. He's haunting us from the other side of the veil there.
Sounds like Kevin.
I'm in a little short, micron short now after it ran up.
Yeah, SPY XLK actually up 1%. So finances, or XLK, sorry, no, it's finance. Technology up over 1%. XLF, though, is actually holding on pretty well. XBI and XLV are healthcare's biotechs pulling back just a bit. That makes me sad. But the SPY just cracked through pre-market high, and it's holding for now. And we have nothing to stop us so far, except tweets. Tweets, I guess, can always stop us. But
yeah,
I'm looking. We've got business
Semis
inventories. No one cares about
TSM.
those unemployment numbers meant nothing.
AVGO ripping. AVGO up almost 4% already. NVIDIA ripping, TSM ripping. Remember I talked about how TSM still hasn't gotten that big rally. It has a nice look right now, just to mention a name.
Well, I think the unemployment number is one of those, again, it always feels bad to say this, but less people have jobs. So that's good because the Fed might cut rates. It's just a weird Right? Bad
You're
news is good,
dynamic.
good news is bad. Who knows? Something, right? You just kind of, okay. That's why I love being in the position I am, where I'm like, I don't know if that's good or bad. Let me just wait
Well,
and form my opinion based off what the market does.
one of the things that we need to be thinking about is as the new Fed takes over and large language model runs the Fed, will the Fed change mandates and think that, hey, well, unemployment isn't the most important thing as long as efficiencies in companies remain high and profitability in the market stays high? Is it really a concern about workers? It's more of a standards of ethics more than about economy then. So if your goal is for the large language model to only focus on economics, purely focus on that, not care about quality of life, well, then get ready because it's going to say, yeah, just cut the workers. Forget that. We don't care about it if unemployment goes higher. Profitability is going
Depends
higher.
how you prompt
Market's
it,
going
right?
higher. No,
That's
would you prompt it for ethics? You would not prompt it for ethics.
It depends who's prompting it, right? Well, JPow, I like to think JPow's a nice guy. And JPow might do the maximize. That seems to be the prompt, and we won't go into the whole paperclip manufacturing debate with AI. That just bums me out every time I hear it. But prompt could be maximize most amount of happiness for the most amount of people.
Still ripping, guys. That looks great.
Market's just continuance of the SPY. Every 5-minute candle is up, and the low. So go ahead.
Go for it. It was a quick short on Micron, and then it reversed on me. But I locked it, moving my stop.
These days are always interesting to me, where the low of the day, at least on the 5-minute candle for the SPY, is the open. So they opened and just bought it immediately. That to me is very interesting, because usually you get a little bit of back and forth off the open, because there's that battle with the buyers and the sellers and the bulls and the bears and blah blah. When you have that open and low print being nearly exactly the same, and you just tear it, that to me is there's somebody was just waiting for the liquidity to exist to hit the buy button, and didn't want to do it in a sophisticated way, which often can be forced liquidations. Right? If you're on a margin and you're short, doesn't matter if you're the biggest hedge fund in the world or the smallest trader, when the open comes, your broker is hitting that out, and they're doing it at market. And what's that? You can look them up. They're called MOO orders, or market on open. I use them all the time. They're like my favorite orders. And they'll just hit a market on open order and say, listen, bud, you're liquidated. And as we saw when we looked at the COT date on Monday, everyone's still short. Everyone's still short, and the thing's ripping. So like I said on Monday,
that's the premise too for the power hour, right? Is all those margin calls. The retail traders, when they're trading the big name stocks, or even hedge funds, same thing, it doesn't matter. But they start at 2:30. I was one of those people. I was back in 2000. I was calling people, hey, you've got a margin call. You're going to have to put in money, or we're going to have to close out this position. So they do that. And it makes sense that that's part of also the craziness in the first 15 minutes, because you've got these people and they're forcing the closeout. Or they give them the opportunity, but by that 9:45, it's like, you're out. No matter what. If you don't do it, we're doing it for you.
Yeah, and they're not doing it gracefully, right? They're not working your order and trying to buy on the bid or anything like that. It's like, get this, because it's the firm that is ultimately on the hook, and a lot of people don't understand this. If you're short and the thing halts and it goes up 1,000%, and you're out $10 million or something, they're going to try. The broker's going to try to get that out of you. You signed a contract. They're going to try to take your house and whatever. But at the end of the day, the broker's got to pay the fee, right? So it's up to the broker. Exactly. It's why I think there's not going to be as much pattern day trader stuff as it can, because the broker's got to protect themselves and their business, and absolutely they have to do it. It's if you don't like the capitalist part of it, just go, and there's a couple countries left, I guess you can go to, but that's just it. The business got to protect its business. So that's what I see when I see that open is the exact same as the low, and then we just rip all day. I think this rally ends when you read in the news about XYZ fund goes under. That's often how rallies end. There's some short selling hedge fund, someone's caught on the wrong side of things, and they go poof, right?
Trying to grab some of ANET here on the bid. I don't have enough there.
So big, I'll pop over here. I think our producer's just out for a second, but big 5-minute candle there. Like look at the volume. That was a higher volume than the open. That happened right there. A little bit of a topping tail, a little bit of a little indecision kind of candle,
What
and the
time was
highest
that
volume we've
candle?
seen. 5-minute candle. That was the 9:45 one. A lot of
Also,
volume.
45-minute algo from 9, and then 10:30,
Yeah,
and then
there's a lot of opening range break kind of things happen on that after that first 15 minutes. I've got a couple as well. So certainly can.
Big rip in Johnson & Johnson. Grab some Gilead. Gilead push.
Please.
ANET looking good.
Please. Yeah, I've got an uncomfortable position here in healthcare. So let's go.
I'll tell you what you want to see, right? It's the majors at the top. That's what you want to
there
see.
you go.
That's going to be your sign. And if you look right now, you'll see medical distribution, diagnostics pushing. That's good areas, right? You're seeing a kind of a spreading out. You're seeing the drug manufacturers starting to rise. They were in the red to start the day. Let's see them go green, and that's going to be a great sign.
Now, that's what I was talking about in the pre-market, right? I said, look for those. We're looking for buy the dips today. That's what I was seeing with all that big money. Take advantage of the discounts.
SMCI starting to get back to the green there for me. Now popping off of 3240s. Let's see if it starts to rise. And I talked about ANET, same space. I'm just trying to look into space. Computer systems, WDC, also doing really well. So names like that are really pushing here out the gates. Semiconductors rising fast in the industries. Now you're in second place. So it's computer systems and semis getting the lift. I talked about TSM. I talked about, look at that TSM rally. This one, Michael, might be one to have, man. I would try to jump, but it was fast. Now it's 413s. Look at the daily on that thing. That thing's ready. I think this thing is primed to get another rally. You know why? More and more reliance coming out on TSM. That reliance can give them a nice little push.
Well, all they need for TSM is to have something come out of the meeting and say, yeah, we came up with a plan or a dealio for you guys are not going to invade Taiwan. And then this thing, because, it's doing well because all semis are doing well, right? It's up 4x from 2025 low. But there's always that overhang with TSM. It's like you wake up tomorrow and China's decided we're going to take that back now. This thing's cut in half at least. And, to price in that risk, that's going to weigh down some of the potential return it could have, right? Because there's not going to be as many people invested in it as potentially could. So, who knows? Right? But all they have to do is say, yeah, we came up with some sort of a plan for Taiwan. I don't think Taiwan was invited, so I don't know what the likelihood of that is. But yeah, it might be an interesting. Pop if we can go from there.
It's just a backdoor agreement. Let's be honest. It's the hey, we won't go and take them out. We'll let you know we're going to do it.
But just the market would need to hear it, right, for people to get more excited to invest. That's the problem. So they need to get that out there for the rest of the world.
I think, what are the comments you heard this morning? More things of how our economies can work together. That was pretty softball stuff coming from Trump.
It wasn't Indeed LinkedIn laying people off today.
Oh, LinkedIn laying people off.
And here's the thing about the numbers, too, for unemployment. Remember, we just lost Spirit Airlines. That's 13,000 jobs right there. I know some people that were managers there. So LinkedIn layoffs as well.
11,000 total. Is that the... But how long is that captured in that data? It makes me think that the government doesn't move that fast. And I don't know when the data is.
I think it's 30 days delayed. Yeah, I think it's 30 days delayed.
That's
I
I'm
don't know.
impressed if it's 30.
Let me look.
For the government, I'm actually impressed if it's 30 days delayed. I'd figure to be like, yeah, this is the because they always do these insane revisions after the fact, right? They always come out and say, oh no, let's revise it up or down 100K and make whatever the number is just absolutely
it's
meaningless.
30 days. It's 30 days because I'm reading like December 16th. It's talking about job numbers in November.
Good for you, government. 30 days is impressive, right?
All right, traders. As we get the momentum, why not give ourselves a little bit of some live drawing action? Who wants to win a prize? Who wants to win a prize? Anybody in the comments? Who wants to win a prize? Wake up out of there. Wake up.
Am I allowed? I like free things.
Let's draw, baby. Let's get another prize winner here. Let's see what we can do. And no thanks on the update. Let's get it. Here we go. Shake it. Frank L, you just won yourself a 25K eval. Smile out there and let us know how you feel. Let's keep it going. Let's draw another winner here. And like always, guys, reach out to us. Let us know on social media that you guys appreciate our, of course, giveaway right here on the stream. And if you can do a favor, to throw a URL up there, let everybody know the stream exists. Let's go, guys. Let's take a look here. Let's draw the next winner. Let's get after it as SMCI rips and other stocks are ripping around. Mike, you won, dude.
Mike, you won. There you go. You won.
All the mics in the world just won. No, I'm just kidding. Before you guys,
maybe you guys put your last initial as well, just to make it a little bit easier.
Full disclosure, all the mics didn't win, unfortunately. Just this one mic that we'll have to figure out which mic it is. But hey, you mic out there. If you're a mic, you might have just won.
Yeah, log on to your email. Your name is Mike.
And you participated, and you picked this price.
There you go, guys. Definitely smash it up out there. Drawing complete there. And look for more drawings in the earnings streams, right? And go check it out, guys. Today, there's 4 stocks to cover. It'll be a fun one. I hope you guys won't miss it. And we will take a look a little bit into the preview. We're going to talk a little bit about AMAT, FIG, NNE, of course, Nano Nuclear, and BTBT. Don't miss it. Good earnings stream tonight. All right, let's get back to the trading action. How are we seeing the action here?
And that link is also in the stream too, if you guys are looking to compete.
Oh yeah, hit that link, guys. Go ahead and compete and get into the next raffle, right? You can keep it going, guys. You can, odds are you probably win at some point, right? Let's play the probability game here and keep on playing. All right, let's go back to your charts, Michael. Let's take a look at what's going on in the market.
Yeah, SPY had a little bit of a downtick there, but we're digging in. I guess
let's
we got another friend
in. Oh, another friend in. Jesse. What's going on?
Uh-oh.
How we doing?
We don't hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning. There you go. There you go.
All right. Good morning. Hey, Jane. How's it going?
Good, thank you. I'm wearing the silver crown. There we go.
Yeah, I see that. Wow, that's really great. And hey, you were on Micron earlier doing some stuff. Yep. I was as well. So the morning is really interesting. I don't know if you guys have highlighted Poet yet, but Poet ripped in the pre-market. They did a $500 million deal the other day, and so they've been going up pretty nice and steady. I took some trades on them. I wish I had kept my swing though. I was down in the $7 range, and I am just irked. You know,
it's that last eighth. You got to leave the last eighth, and that last eighth can pay you way more. I did it too with Nokia.
I'm learning.
I was in at 7 at Nokia, 7 to 8s, 750, and now it's at 15. Kicking myself.
Yeah, I know. Such is the stock market. And then also Ford is trying to get past their resistance level of $14. I've been watching them. So 14 has been a level of resistance. Their numbers aren't good, but their stock is looking good the last 2 days. So who knew? And I drive a Ford, so I am watching Ford as well.
Ford. What are you doing? Ford. Tesla. It would be an interesting one as well. Holy smokes. What a ripper there. Finally, maybe break out of this 4-year base. Maybe. Finally get going. What a annoying stock. Every time I see these, I just get annoyed for anyone who's holding it. You're just
what is Ford doing? Is it building weapons?
Well, I was going to say, I think that aren't they putting more driver monitoring in the cars, like AI monitoring of the driver to make sure you're not falling asleep while you're driving?
That's not going to create that lift.
No. I think
I'm
my
not saying
Kia's
that's going to
had
create
that
that
for
lift,
years.
but I think they're doing that somewhat like the
all of them are.
the auto driver for Tesla.
Yeah.
Well, do you see a buddy of mine, Chicago Sean, Jane? You know Sean. He's got he's got Tesla. I was chatting with him the other day, and I guess at least in Colorado they have their own insurance company, and they take the data from the car on how good of a driver you are, and they adjust your rates like in real time. Like he was like, I was going for a rip. He lives in Colorado. He's like, I was ripping around the mountains. I was having
right now. Nice entry to the lawn.
I was like, I'm having a great time. I come home to an email from Tesla saying we're upping your insurance rates because you're being a bit of a jackass. And he was like, yeah. And then I started to drive nice again. And a month or so later, I got another email saying we're lowering your rate because you're driving better. I'm like, that's a little big brothery, but okay.
So the news that
sweet little cup and handle too. Sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just going to say, just on Ford, the news that I read was that hyperscalers may use its energy storage business. And that is one of the reasons why Ford might be lifting just a little bit.
Hey, they need power from somewhere. Ford can give it to them. That sounds like something GM will jump on too. So you just look for the pullback here on GM.
That's something I was looking at the Lightning, and the main selling point for me that I was really interested in was like the reverse charging. So essentially, if you have a F-150 Lightning, you can plug it into your house, and then if your power goes, your house basically uses your car battery as a charge. I'm like, that's pretty cool. And then you can set it up so that like if you're using a bunch of
Hey, later, Jane. Have a good one. Take off, as they say. Coast clear.
Yeah, that was just a super cool. That was a super cool thing. It's just like, oh yeah, you can just sit there and just have this thing charge your house and vice versa. Because I was looking at those external battery tanks, but because I live in Canada, they'd have to be kept inside. And then I talked to my buddy who's like high up and like as a fire chief. He was like, don't. He's like, if those things catch fire, I guess you need like special trucks with like special foams to like, he's like, it's one thing for a car. You just get out of the car and leave. And if it, whatever, he's like, if you're putting that thing in the basement of your house, he's like, your whole house is gone if that thing catches fire in your basement. He's like, most people just put them in their, they just put them in their garage or something. It's like, oh, if I lose the garage, it sucks, but oh well,
that's all right. It'll be okay.
We'll pay for it, but because I guess the rate at which they burn is real low. But he's like, yeah, if they catch fire, it's a big deal.
Lithium fire is no joke. Lithium fire is no joke, man. You can't just put that out. You know, this is the reason why literally firefighters are being trained on that kind of stuff right now. More and more chemical fires.
I've never known any fires to be a joke, though.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's a classic one. Trust me, I can tell you one right now. I'll tell you, you're talking an anecdote kind of guy. But clear example, man. I've had let's just say a friend leave the brownies on the stove for a little bit too long, and let's just say the kitchen microwave took all the damage. Melting microwaves is not the way to go. But yeah, that wasn't anything that I thought really you needed the firefighters to come. But I mean, we put it out, but it was pretty bad in his house, man. Let's just say that much. Wouldn't want to be talking to my parents and telling them I burned down the kitchen, but yeah, those are the fires that are okay, Jesse. You know, a little kitchen fire. You know,
burned it down.
You know, a little kitchen fire is not that bad. You know, that happens.
Sure.
You know, you mess around with oil and water. You know, you can get a fire. You can get a fire. You know, but there's no messing with batteries. And you know what happens? It's not one battery, right? We're talking 26 batteries or something like that in a Tesla. 26 batteries.
Well, yeah, it was the same with this. I guess they're boxes, and you can just stack them on top of each other, and then you wire them in. So you just start out small, and you just kind of keep buying them until it powers your house. And again, it looks cool, just not in the basement. Not in the basement. Like outside would be great, fine.
Industrials
Start a
rallying
forest
pretty
fire.
strong, man. This is a good look. We're getting that broadening out type of rally. The only thing in the red really is basic materials. Healthcare is just slightly down, but there's a lot of green areas around there. There's like some pulling back. Still majors haven't really kicked off. Biotech's kind of pulling back there. But everything else in the green from the open, that's good signs, right? That's how you continue this rally. That's how you keep pushing. You need other areas to start pushing, right? Industrials can push, cyclicals can push, financials can push, and of course we've already seen healthcare pushing. So we're getting that nice broadening out of the rally. We're getting continued tech rally, and that's all you need. You just need the tech names to stay strong with the market also partaking in the rally. And you're seeing it right now. Now, electronic distribution leading, semiconductors, information technology, computer systems up. The AI trade strong right now.
INTC has dropped about 4% since the pre-market. I have a swing on that, and I've been eyeing that this morning as well.
Short swing.
Yeah.
Dangerous. Man lives dangerously shorting that.
I'm not shorting it.
okay.
I'm trying for it to go long, but it's just going in the opposite
gotcha.
direction right now.
Gotcha. I was going to
It's
say
shorting me.
shorting that on a swing. I was like, man,
No.
and some brass ones to be doing
No,
that.
no. They're brass, but they're not, I'm not going to do that. And hi, Nigel. Hi, Tack. Good morning.
Silver still, silver down over 4% today. It's popping, tanking on that one. That's like the worst on my side here. And the best actually is retail of all things. Now, right, big bounce in an overall crappy instrument. So I don't think that means a whole lot, but it's up. So take it. Watching nothing really. There's some news about India imposes further curbs on gold imports. Okay. What's gold doing? Does gold care? And this shows, yesterday we were going nuts because there was like a headline out every 5 seconds and markets were just ripping based off it. You just had to kind of stay on the headlines and keep moving. Today, not so much. It's
not so much.
Right. And that just shows that you have to either have a system or have some sort of finger on the pulse to know, some sort of push as well. All right. And you can see in my trading, my systems, I've got 2 positions on right now. I think I had 9 or something at this point yesterday. So the system will just adapt when the market's not doing much. And no crow. I do not watch zero. The only watching of zero hedge I do will be a fade. That guy is the best. He's better than Kramer. That guy. It's a whole team of people out of Russia. Oh man, like I remember in 2022, he's talking about how like the world was like 5 days until we all run out of wheat and die. And that was like, you can pin that tweet on the very top of wheat before it just completely fell apart. The guy is perfect for fade.
It's hard to do like what he does too. I mean, I will say it's a challenge to always have like these strong narratives and then be right all the time, right? You can't do it,
well,
man.
It's doomer. It's doomer porn, right? Like it's, the people that are reading it, they want someone just to wake up every morning and tell them how bad the world is. And like, what a sad life that is. But from what I've heard, and this is just rumors on the street, that it's not the guy anymore. It is a whole team of people out of Russia that he just outsourced it to and just kind of walked away and said, you know what, have fun. And just sits back and, probably like most people out there, he's tweeting about how everything's awful all the time. And he holds like $1 million worth of the S&P 500, makes 80 to 100 grand a year doing it. does nothing. Right. So
pretty good position on an ANET now. Adding to ANET. Got out of the SMCI there and we're going to ANET, a little bit higher quality. I won't throw up if I buy this name, so. You know what I mean? I don't feel like throwing up anymore. I'm good.
That's good. Happy you feel better.
When you buy
XBI is
SMCI,
recovering.
you have to.
Ooh.
You just stick your fingers in your mouth like a good old model does, and just let it out.
Look at that on XBI there, Mitch. Just tanked
XBI.
off the open, and now it's
But
right back. So that's a
rebounds. You
this
know,
chart-
by undercutting rallies, man.
well, that's why I highlighted to you. This chart is interesting to me. This is a nice kind of short-term
pretty.
cup and handle, nice little bull flag there on our biotechs.
And I've been holding my
been-
breath on China, man. I'm holding my breath here, but it's coming back. But I'm holding my breath. Let's go. Undercut and rally. This market is too strong for this market to just act like this. So just got to continue to watch it. There's ANET. There's XBI. There's healthcare getting into the green. That's what we wanted to see, Michael. Now, only thing red is basic materials. Now, what you want to see is short time frame. I always do this where I have a scanner that reads change from the open. And this is the most important scanner I think I use, where it's like the overall percentage change always fluctuates. You have gaps, you have things that come into play. Tell me what was strong from the open. When the liquidity came in, what was strong, right? Because that's what's probably going to be where the real players are playing, right? So right now, you can see clearly that financials are leading. Cyclicals, industrials are the top three. Even defensives pushing. So when defensives are going up and tech is going up, it's always an interesting story, right? We're getting that nice push. You're getting some defensive growth to push, like Celsius. Who knows? Maybe finally Celsius bottomed today, up 6%.
Here's an interesting little article. So this is IBKR, Interactive Brokers. Good looking chart.
Let's go.
Kalshi teams up with Interactive Brokers to allow the prediction markets just right into your broker. So that's
Did this
interesting.
just get released?
Just tweeted 17 seconds ago by our boy Walter.
Oh, I want it.
It's a nice looking daily chart. Right? And I own like long-term boomer account. I own some Interactive because I use Interactive Brokers. I own some of their stock. It's like it's always bet on the bookie mentality. Up down markets, Interactive Brokers, they're gonna make their cut. I've owned them for years because I was surprised when I worked in the hedge fund how many people, like giant multi-billion-dollar hedge funds, used Interactive Brokers as their broker. I always just figured those guys were exclusively like Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, that kind of thing. But yeah, tons and tons of people out there for large names use Interactive Brokers. So now you can bet what the press secretary says, like whatever. Yeah, I saw a guy like DGen betting on traffic. I guess there's a site now for that where you're watching like a traffic camera and you can like bet whether like how many cars are gonna get stopped when the stop thing turns red, or like how many will turn left versus right. I'm like, I'm watching this. I'm like, this is, if the world comes to an end, like the next generation is going to write about this as the downfall from there.
They just started gambling all their money away and giving it to big corporations.
Right.
And quickly,
eventually they didn't have to sell anything. Right? They didn't even have to sell goods to these people. They just existed with betting markets, and
they just gave them opportunities and fake risk to reward, and they jumped in real quick.
At least if you're sitting in traffic, you can make some bets while you're actually just sitting there.
And I love the prediction markets. They're like, oh no, but guess what, guys? We're not like the casino. We're not on both sides.
Yeah,
we're not feeding you the odds. Yeah.
Well, no, they're doing even better, right? They're taking a spread. they on every single. At least the casino has. There is a statistically near impossible chance that a casino goes bankrupt, but it could, in theory, like 10 people could hit a jackpot at the same time. Like there's some risk there. Kalshi's even better than a casino because they don't give a shit what happens.
It's zero.
They're taking the spread. They have absolutely no risk at all. Nothing bad could happen to them in any way, shape, or form because
Full
it's
incentive for you just
peer
to party
peer.
away.
Yeah, it's peer to peer with a little bit of a spread in the middle. So they're taking the rake every time. They're just same as brokers, right? It's brokers at least have some risk, right? There's a risk that clients are margined up and they have to, go bankrupt and kind of stuff. But yeah, it's just it's the perfect business model. You're getting people to go in and knowing even if they're like net even for a long period of time, they're just going to pay a shit ton of commissions.
IBKR looks good, man. I just don't have the buying power. If not, I would be taking a shot on that.
Ooh,
86
yeah, we're
would
getting
have
close to.
been
Look at the
86,
volume on this
85,
candle
90 would
here.
have been the buy. It like I told you, what mattered there was like I mentioned to you, Michael. How fast did we get this news? Okay,
Like,
we can go.
Yeah.
You see how my brain just went like don't think. It just, that's the information you need to know. How fast did we get it? And of course, if it came from Walter, it was pretty fast. And then you're getting pretty fast on a pretty fast already, like kind of tweet profile, right? So then you can jump really quick. What I normally do is I'll go in with like a quarter of the size that I really want, and I just put ladders underneath. So if the bid widens out, if they try to widen it to just grab some liquidity below, you're there, but you already are exposed, right? This is just headline strategy, right? Talking headline strategy. You hear the tape hit, boom, you react, you throw a fourth size on the offer, you get in, because the number one thing you don't want to see is the runaway trade. It happens all the time for headlines. So you get a piece, a really small piece, a piece that if you got hit all the way to the bottom, you wouldn't be mad, but you take that piece. Then you already setting up with the ladder approach. Then at that point, you're really doing assessment. Hey, where are the major levels for pullbacks that I can put my real size that I want out there, right? So then if it does come back to you, now you have entrance, you have ability to read levels, and you're getting it at the right spots that you want to get in. Now your right size, yeah, you might be slightly above where you wanted to be, but it's not going to be much difference. And if the stock just booms, and let's say you keep that quarter, and all of a sudden the stock goes 10%, and you just sell that 10% quarter position, and will you really be mad? I mean, the stock just went straight green, and you made a few bucks, and you keep on playing the game. Yeah. So I think headlines can be done. The key is you need to be asking yourself that quick question. How fast did I get this news? If you're like 2 minutes late, don't even try. Just stop.
Yeah. Well, and how impactful is it, right? And this is one of those.
That's the harder. That's the even harder thing to think about fast if you're like a newer trader, right? So.
Well, because you look at this and you say, it's good news. It's not going to double. Like Interactive Brokers is like one of the largest brokers in the world. They're not going to double because of this, but I'm like, that's good news. So then, and you also want to curb what you expect from it. If it's like drug FDA approval, that can double, that can rip, that can triple, that can crazy moves. But hey, they got a partnership. That's cool. You buy it, you kind of take your money when you go and you say, oh, look, maybe that creates a nice trend day. Maybe Interactive Brokers up 2 or 3% today because of that news. But yeah, it's coming in, it's taking the shot, it's understanding at least somewhat, and then the speed of it, because right away there was a whole bunch of hedge funds that read it, that had their AI read it, and they knew about it, and away you go. I just was really taken, because when I brought up the daily chart to take a look at, and this is one of those, could just be the kick the thing needs to break out of this base that it's been in for a while, and if you look at IBKR, and then you compare that to the XLF, and it's doing way better than that as a financial institution. So I think that's great, right? There's some U.S. admiral talking.
You also want to, sorry to interrupt, but the one thing I also ask myself in moments like that, just look at the daily chart. Is it a perfect time for this PR to come in? Yeah, that's what I call timed PR. There's technical analysts out there in IBKR. And they had this PR sitting on the desk, and they're waiting, literally waiting. When we find a day with good momentum, put it out there. And they can do this. They can literally do this. They literally have it already packaged to go. They tell the PR company, we're ready to go. We're going to let you know when we want the release to come out. And this goes underneath the ground. This is how you start to create like disclosure agreements and things like this. This is why certain companies you can't talk, because trust me, I've seen this action happen underneath the belt, right? I've seen this thing go on. I've seen the companies talk to each other. I've been in those conversations, right? That taught me something. Oh yeah, this happens all the time. If it happens in one company, it happens in most. So what you just think about that, right? Is it a perfectly timed PR for where the chart is and what type of day it is, right? We're riding euphoria, market's breaking out, right? Things like that.
And we're still going. So we just broke high day here. We're focused so much on this because it's really kind of the only news going on.
And it's interesting. It's interesting style of trade, right? Headline trading, right? I mean, a lot of traders like this kind of stuff.
Like even this one, which is like the degen trade du jour with this MOBX is really, I was going to say not moving. It's got a 25% range, so it's moving. Just not trending. So you look at something like IBKR and you go, okay, well, this is something we should focus on a bit. But would have been great. I think we, picked it out when it was somewhere around here, 85.77, 86.23. And this is a massive, massive company. It's not something that's going to double or get cut in half or any sort of crazy move, but it just means you can also size up a lot in something like this. Like if you're normally taking 100 shares here or there of those degen ones, you could take 1,000, 2,000 shares of this easy, and just know that if you're wrong, you're only going to lose a couple $100. If you're right, you're not going to make a ton as well. But tax right, just point out we do have energy data coming out, but I think that's just nat gas. I think we did oil yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, nat gas, and then a bunch of Fed jerks going on here.
Watching for FXI recovery of opening price there 37.34. We're almost there, guys. We tapped it, I think. With 2 cents off of it. We went to a high of 2 cents off of that. Let's see if we can take it here. And what I would like to see is a little bit of a barbell approach, where certain leaders in semis kind of pull back a little bit here, but then you see China take off. And then you see barbell right back up. Then you see it just go right back. Think like an engine here, right? Think of pistons, right? We're going to see one piston pull back, the other piston launch. Another piston launch, pull back. That dynamic. I'm looking for that dynamic to play in. Let's see if we can get that.
MU's trying to break out from the pre-market high.
Look at Q's, right? Looking like it wants to break 719. You holding Tesla, Jesse? Because when it gets to 500, you're taking me out on a good lunch, right?
Yeah, you just tell me what part of Florida you're in, man. I'd like to hit the beach with you too.
We're having a good day, my friend. Let's just say that much. 500. I was even on Trader TV today. I was like, 500 coming fast, boys. And everyone, you know the chat. You know the chat. They're like, oh, 500. No way. But I've been here looking at 400, right? That's Michael. That's just looking at the pure technical look, right?
That's prior highs. Boom, boom, 500.
It doesn't have.
It's not even a breakout. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's just getting back into play. I talked about you can see higher than that, right? You could see Tesla go back to one quad digits. Remember, this stock used to be quad digits. So if you're a Tesla investor, I would really start focusing on deeper time frames, monthly charts, and those are going to always keep you in check. Monthly charts on Tesla look exactly the same like they did the last time this made a move and the prior time this made a move. So if it makes it twice, it can make it 3 times. On the 4th time, I might be a little bit wary, my rule of 4, but it's repeating it on the month. It looks great. Another name doing well, APLD, just to mention another great name today.
Yeah, I'm looking at this long one, and this is by far the worst Mag 7 name. It's been the absolute dog of the Mag 7 space forever. So even if it's just going to catch up to its peers, great, that's probably doubling from here. Like if you look, there's a weekly chart. If you look at something like Meta, and this is the 2024 high. So if you anchor all these things to the 2024 high, right? Meta, when it broke its 2024 high, which is right here, at $500, it ripped to $750. So that's a 50% gain. A lot of these things are kind of beaten up now, but the 2024 high here on Microsoft, when it broke that at 424, it ripped to $600. So it's very common that these go. But NVIDIA would be another one. This is going to probably be the best one. But when it got through its 2024 high around here, at 137. It's just making new all-time highs at 2. So yeah, good companies that are going to increase in value over time like that are just fine to wait to buy breakouts. So you're
Nothing wrong with
looking,
it.
you're looking at Tesla. You could just say, well, listen, if we get to that 500, pull back a bit and then go through, there's trade.
So I'm sorry, I was trading some MU there for a second. So when you said trade the
Get it.
breakout, so even in NVIDIA, where we're making all-time highs, you think it's still a good move to potentially get in for at least a swing or at least long-term hold?
Yep.
Not well, I would have liked it more at 2, right?
Yeah.
215 when it broke this high. Yeah,
I had it at 197. Yeah.
Yep. You just
No,
look
I-
at the chart, man. What you'll see is a repeated pattern, probably an open, a low attempt, and then a recovery. Like I talk about the undercut and rally just consistently in the chart. And so does that give you the opportunity to come in? Yeah, you could also rinse and repeat it on the day trade. You literally just come in every day and you're just like, let me set some nice pullback levels. I'm looking for these pullback levels to break. I'm looking for recovery of VWAP, and then I'm long.
And that's it. Yeah. Okay.
And you just keep playing that mentality, right? But only on euphoria momentum breakouts is this going to work, Jesse. That's the key. You need a market that supports it. Is the market supporting it right now? I mean, you just peek at the cues. That tells you everything you need to know. It's hanging out above the 9 EMA, just ripping higher. And that tells you, okay, we're in a euphoric time. I can play trend trades like that. I can buy the dip mentality. It should work in this environment. It's always about current environment. This is the hardest thing. Even Michael will probably talk about it like systematically, right? Like how do you code current environment? It's difficult. It's usually traders' mentality of watching a lot of trades that can tell you this, right? A trader that trades often will tell you the current environment. Because why? They're literally seeing it in action. They're watching things. They're seeing how everything's kind of working. This is why it's important to listen to traders that actually trade, consistently and kind of know things. They'll tell you, okay, right now mean reversion is working really well. They'll tell you right now it's what is it? It's trend trading, right? Like 1,000% that's working well. If you trend traded in the last month or two, you're more than likely green. Right? It's just how it works. But of course, strategies come in and out, right? So you just need to always ask yourself that question. Does the setup make sense for this environment? Yes. Let's go after it.
Yeah.
Nice, like as simple as hack that you can do is the VIX is a great way to, if you're looking to hack that.
Good.
Right. I've got a lot that run off that high VIX environment. You're doing more day trading, mean reverting, that kind of stuff. Low VIX environments, which is what we're in now, you're doing way more just holding, just trend holding. Because it's just I know a lot of traders that will actually just flip their strategies entirely. VIX over 20, they're like just day trading, right? VIX over 30, they're napping, right? VIX under 20, they're swing trading, and then VIX under like 15 or so, they're just investors at that point because we're doing a lot of work right now for this market that's just been kind of ripping up. So if you had kind of pegged that and you just bought a basket of stocks and took a nap,
yeah,
great. You're doing great.
Holy moly, did we see a huge sell in Dell? Because Dell has been going down ever since that iceberg order that I showed you guys, and something happened there because it was
Trump told everyone to buy it. What happened? Trump came out and said, buy a Dell.
Dude, somebody wanted out, dude. Or
yeah,
it seems like out because the reaction that we're getting. But like in 3 1-minute bars, there's like about 600,000 to 700,000 shares.
Wow.
And then this stock on average in a 1 minute trades like 25,000 shares. That's a big jump there. We're talking a jump in volume of 727%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dang.
In a minute.
Oh my God.
in 1 minute, it jumped, the average volume jumped 700%. Something happened, right? Like some big player wanted to fill. Was it to get out? It could have. We saw the action. I was showing you it on live, and you guys can rewind the tape, watch this tape to learn from that moment. I think traders a lot of times don't know what's happening in that moment when they're just looking into the 1 minute, right? Normally you see average volume. All of a sudden you just start seeing it just pop, 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 pop. You're just like, what is going on? You can see it in the level twos. You're just like, I don't even see the volume coming in there, but the volume bar is just increasing. Yeah, you're running into an order that you're not seeing. So you got to understand that things work like this. This is why things like Bookmap and services out there exist in the first place. It's the signal when these moments happen, so that at least you know that it's happening, right? So your eyes can train to it also.
I need to get that.
Bookmap is a really good thing if you're a quick trader, I would say. I don't think it's something that's insanely necessary if you're like deeper swing. But if you're kind of overnight or day trader, I think it's definitely a nice tool to have.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I do a mix of both.
Because it's going to give you those moments right there. You're going to know that there's a big filler or some type of dark pulling action going on. And what does that tell you? It's sometimes might not tell you the information of like how I can best capitalize on this trade, but it could also be what it needs to be, probably more of a warning flag. Hey, somebody is doing something underneath me that I don't know what's going on. Maybe I want out, right? Because if I don't understand and my strategy is not for this, maybe I get out, right? Remember that out button is always there. It's right there, guys. All you got to do is hit the out button. All right, man. I've been holding in China, man. We need a good mention. We need Trump to go to sleep and feeling like he wants to dream about Xi tonight, man. I need some good beers right now, a good cigarette. I don't know what it is, but we need some good China mentions here, man.
I can't believe all of the. It's crazy that meeting going on in China right now. It's just
like, so important.
It's so important. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
All right, guys, we'll probably do an education segment right now. I got two options for you guys. I always, you know how I am. I got options. So we can talk about it, guys. We can go into either the earnings outlook, right? Talk about what's going on, or we can do an outlook into Chinese stocks and what's going on in China. I know a lot of people don't understand Chinese tech and Chinese tech stocks, so I did a deep dive on that. I can do either or. So in the chat, go ahead and throw it up. Earnings or China. If you don't throw up, guess what? We don't get any education. So wake up out there. Wake up.
That's it. Teacher Mitch just came out to scold the.
You know it.
Scold the kids for a second.
Oh, we got one vote for earnings. Oh no, you guys better hurry up. Wake up out there if you want China. Chinese stock, please. Please. We got one vote. Come on, keep them going. China.
We're gonna do it. China. It's gonna be great. China.
We're gonna give them everything. At first, we said that we were gonna give them nothing, but now we're gonna give them everything. I first thought that I could cut them out of AI, so I told them no chips. Then they made their own, and I said, "Oh crap!" And then they made their own large language models, and I said, "Oh crap!" And then they made them open source, and I said, "Oh crap!" Now I need to join you. Now we need to work together.
The Trump logic.
No, I mean it worked like that though, but that was also the Senate's logic too. So I won't hit Trump. They thought, oh, you can just cut China off by saying that you won't get the chips, China. No, man, they just build their own. And if anything, we just helped them because we pushed them over the edge. They didn't want to build their own because it costs a lot of money, but they were just like, well, we have no option now. What do? We either just sit back and just let the U.S. bully us, or we go and we make our own.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they did. They just put their people to work and said, well, you know how China's government works. They go knocking on the CEO's door and said, you have one initiative now.
Yep.
It's go make a new chip and create a large language model.
I always remember, so I spent a month or so in Wuhan before before everyone knew what Wuhan was.
Wow.
Yeah.
What timing?
Yeah. like 6
Oh,
months
man.
before.
No.
6 months before, but the what got me was they, a lot of things. It's been getting into
China's taking
mainland
off.
China land's not easy, right? Yeah, got to get sponsored to get in. Everything's long story, but yeah, they're very much a country when they want to do something. You're going to do it, and for this instance, they were doing this thing. It was like the Olympics or the military or whatever around Wuhan, and they decided they were going to repave all of the roads. And for those who don't know, there's like 30 million people in Wuhan. It's a huge, like massive metropolis with tons and tons of people. And they're like, yeah, we need to redo all the roads because like everyone's going to come here. It's going to be a big thing. And just through a loudspeaker, they're like, okay, get out of your house and start digging up roads. And there was like 70-year-old women and like young children and everyone. So yeah, when they say, okay, now we got to make chips now, it's going to be that's probably exactly what happened. They said, all right, I don't care who does it, but here, there's where the plant's going. You make your own chips. You do it right now. And it was very much that mentality of, we're going to build. There was one area that I drove to that they were building like 50 high-rise skyscrapers. And I asked like the driver, I'm like, why? He's like, I don't know. Like just some guy decided to build them. So this is what we do here. We build shit. So yeah, you can't tell them that you're not going to give them this thing. Or like Mitch said, they're going to IP thieve all of the stuff they need, and they're just going to get it done, and they're going to get it done cheaper because they don't really care so much about the whole human rights side of things. They're going to get it done. Right.
All right, ready to go here. Let's go ahead. We can cue it up here. So let's rock into it. Let's talk a little China as we see China boom. So if you see me smiling in the background, you know what's going on.
For over a decade, the Chinese consumer internet was defined by a specific type of For over a decade, the Chinese consumer internet was defined by a specific type of chaos. Companies burned billions subsidizing user acquisition in a hypergrowth software free-for-all. That era is over. The sector has systematically shed its speculative nature, evolving into a mature, heavily regulated utility framework focused on cost optimization. To see how value moves, we use a 4-layer stack: consumer, super apps, fulfillment, and AI foundations. Capital from the domestic consumer flows downward, extracted by dominant super apps. These profits bypass physical fulfillment, pooling directly into state-aligned AI infrastructure at the base layer.
See that, Michael?
This is the core of the great bifurcation. The capital generated by selling cheap goods and mobile games is being redirected to subsidize the development of sovereign artificial intelligence and cloud architectures. This shift is powered by 3 mechanisms: a deflationary consumer pivot, a sovereign AI mandate, and a capital return supercycle. This internal redirection of capital provides the logic for analyzing Chinese equities today. Valuing them requires looking at how these retail profits are deployed into foundational infrastructure. The catalyst began in the physical economy. Trillions in household wealth evaporated during a multi-year structural deflation of the Chinese real estate market. That wealth destruction altered purchasing psychology. Buyers abandoned brand loyalty, creating a hyper-rational consumer base that optimizes strictly for absolute price utility. The result is a price war in domestic retail. Legacy e-commerce platforms that rely on expensive brand advertising are losing market share to algorithmic factory direct disruptors that optimize for the lowest possible cost. This table shows where margin is being squeezed in this macro environment. It compares the pricing power and commoditization risk across digital advertising, e-commerce, gaming, and cloud infrastructure. Platforms that merely facilitate a transaction are experiencing margin compression. Without a unique product, their take rates are engaged in a race to the bottom. But the platforms that own the user's attention operate differently. Super app ecosystems hold absolute pricing power and low commoditization risk because their payment rails and social graphs are deeply intertwined with daily life. Controlling the underlying layer of economic interaction protects margins. If consumers must transact across your protocol, you collect a royalty regardless of retail price wars. For the commoditized e-commerce platforms facing domestic stagnation, the strategic escape valve is to subsidize their international expansion. They leverage China's excess manufacturing capacity and exploit international tax-free import limits to flood global markets, undercutting Western retail pricing structures. When domestic wallets
They
shrink,
came in and
these
said,
companies survive by
we'll take
weaponizing their
Amazon's
supply
lunch.
chains. They are now exporting algorithmic deflation to the rest of the world. While the retail layer fought a price war, the foundation layer faced a geopolitical catalyst. Aggressive U.S. semiconductor export controls severed the tech sector's access to top-tier hardware. This isolation triggered an explicit mandate from Beijing. The domestic megacaps must achieve technological autarky. Instead of funding software subsidies, management teams redirected capital expenditures into the fabrication of proprietary silicon and foundational data centers. Search and e-commerce giants developed their own AI models and chips, transitioning into critical national infrastructure providers. To guarantee scale, the government heavily incentivized state-owned enterprises to migrate their operations onto these sovereign AI clouds. The commercial application of this closed-loop ecosystem is agentic robotics, the deployment of autonomous AI agents
And we
designed
know they
to
have the
execute
best
tasks
robots.
without
I don't care
human
what anybody
oversight.
says.
This
You seen those
translates
robots?
directly to autonomous execution in the physical
On
world.
X, yeah.
The valuation multiplier is
Dude.
shifting toward daily active agents operating logistics and transport networks. The immediate financial cost of this pivot is high. Providers are currently engaged in state-subsidized price wars in cloud infrastructure to lock in developers and capture enterprise mindshare.
Yeah, this is
By
where
attempting
they're
to
coming in
constrain
trying
Chinese
to
computing power,
almost
Western isolation
undercut us,
policies inadvertently
right, with
accelerated the
open
creation
source.
of a self-sufficient national tech stack, where a few megacaps serve as the compute layer for the entire economy. Most institutional investors view this entire sector as uninvestable. Persistent geopolitical friction has deterred foreign capital allocation for several years. This capital flight triggered a valuation collapse, driving the price-to-earnings ratios of companies generating billions in free cash flow down into the single digits. Recognizing the mispricing, management teams abandoned their growth-at-all-costs mindset. They are now deploying their excess cash flows into share repurchases and special dividends. We have seen this specific market behavior before. The closest historical analog is the U.S. big tobacco sector in the 1990s and early 2000s. Like Chinese tech today, tobacco companies faced institutional divestment driven by regulatory mandates, even while their underlying businesses continue generating resilient free cash flows. This chart shows the engine that triggers when a profitable stock is mispriced by the broader market. When a company retires 5 to 10% of its outstanding float annually at a single-digit multiple, it mathematically forces earnings per share higher, regardless of what happens to top-line revenue growth.
Financial engineering.
This buyback mechanism places an artificial floor under the equity prices. It transitions volatile consumer tech stocks into high-yield proxy assets. Investors ignoring the geopolitical noise and focusing strictly on the mechanics of float reduction are capturing a massive valuation premium the broader market has discounted. Every macroeconomic cycle eventually resolves. The question is how and when the mechanics of this specific tech realignment reach their terminal state. This chart outlines the 3 probabilistic endgames for the sector. We have the sovereign capital return, a global expansion breakout, and an autarkic collapse. Based on current capital flows, the most likely scenario, at a 60% probability, is the sovereign capital return. In this scenario, multiple expansion remains constrained by geopolitics. However, total shareholder return compounds through utility-style dividends and the continuous reduction of outstanding shares. The collapse of this scenario would be signaled by 2 late-cycle indicators: corporate treasuries exhausting their authorized buyback limits, or U.S. legislation targeting import tax loopholes. For institutional allocators, expressing this thesis goes beyond picking the individual winners of the domestic retail price war. The most asymmetric strategy focuses on the second-order beneficiaries. Global logistics networks and air freight forwarders serve as the beneficiaries of China's deflationary export wave. Whether PDD or Alibaba dominates global charts is irrelevant to the cargo carriers. Physical capacity is required to guarantee cross-border fulfillment. Alpha in this cycle resides deep within the physical and digital infrastructure that facilitates this great bifurcation. Predicting the geopolitical victor is less critical than owning the systems they both must.
All right, guys. Sorry about the ending there. It seems like I got cut out a little bit there at the end. But for the most part, right, what's important here, guys, is that these companies have completely adjusted. And one of the things that I think is very important is that China works together very much well. They're not like us that it's like it seems like always it's Microsoft fighting Google and Google fighting Amazon, and no, that's not how things work over there. It's everybody work together for the government's initiative. If not, you go to jail. And I don't think anybody wants to go to jail in China, so it kind of just works like that, right? So we'll see what happens here. If we get some news from China, can we get a China lift today? I'm going to continue watching for it. China. Knock
Also
on the door. China.
NVIDIA.
What's up, twin?
Yeah, I know. I was like, I just missing the opposite color hat, you know. But looking good today, brother. Looking good. Hey, small caps getting a little spicy again. NVDA, SPY all-time high.
Ripping, ANET ripping. That's one name that I have. You like ANET? Have you ever taken a look at that one, Josh?
Aneta.
Look at that chart.
Call her Aneta. You know, she makes some really good pancakes with some homemade biscuits and gravy. You know, she cooks up a good sauce. I love I like this play. You know, the little U shape there on the hourly. I'm looking at there on the move back on around, maybe from a little cup and handle back over 150. Let's get the rolling.
I mean, this stock was partying and it was almost at all-time highs, and then all of a sudden earnings came in and gave you a nice gap down. There was some concern about tech for a little bit there, and now you're getting the move right back. Can it come and fill the gap? Right, so that's what I'll play. If it can fill that gap alone, I don't even need it to get to 180. Right, if it gets to 170 from 145, I mean that's a great trade here. We'll see what happens. Josh, any small caps moving out there? How's the small cap land doing?
QC here. She's she's kind of like trying to follow up what TDIC did yesterday. If you guys caught that TDIC move, that was a fun lunch recap from Steve and I. Good gosh almighty, from him and trading WOK. And then I was in TDIC, which was slow at first, and then it just got to ramping and a roaring yesterday, which was absolutely just, oh God, to do that on the live stream, that stuff is so fun.
Love to hear it. Definitely the market's still holding in there, guys. Just overall sectors mentality. There are some in the red, healthcare in the red, industrials in the red, basic materials in the red. The rest of it, green, technology leading the action. And it's been a nice look on the equally weight, straight up on the 15 minutes.
What's with this? What is this CBRS IPO I keep hearing about?
That is thing? A new. It's a power producer. I talked about it last night.
Everyone's saying that like the bid, like the pre-opening bid, is just going insane. I've got it.
Where is it at?
Open here. CBRS. It's not open yet. It doesn't exist, but they do like an auction to try to figure out where it's going to open at. And that auction's happening now, and I'm just seeing like through my Twitter feed, it was like the auction was 300 and then 350 and 380 and now it's 400. So I guess this is going just nuts. This is one of the last like actual open outcry things that the market does, where they say, okay, this is IPOing, and all the brokers huddle around and they say, okay, what are we IPOing at it? And that's why sometimes like it's supposed to IPO today, but no one knows exactly when. And this is the reason, is because they've got to sort out what the opening price is going to be. But yes, this was I love QCap as a follow. This was the tweet I'm talking about. CPRS IPO showing 400, and he's got the Soprano Boys at the casino. Because sometimes these IPOs can be nuts. So I'll keep an eye out and I'll let you know when and if it goes live. But you guys, when we pass it over to you, make sure you keep a thumbnail chart with that guy open, because I bet you that's going to be insanity when it opens up.
I do have to ask, since about the last Tuesday, or I can't remember when we were in the 720s, I hope your kids are literally eating lobster every day at this point, Mr. Nos.
I put I sprinkled some hot dogs on their ramen noodles. That's what they get. It's just a little bit of craft dinner and hot dogs. There you go, bud.
As a kid, I love mac and cheese with cut up hot dogs in it. I don't know what it was. I'm down.
It wasn't those good hot dogs you get in the store nowadays. It was those Oscar Mayer wieners.
Oh yeah,
baby.
no, it's the 90% like cow hooves and bread, just like. They were made in the same factory.
We made it here somehow, man. That's all I'll say. We made it here somehow.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the wife's buying like organic this and organic that for the kids. I'm like, listen, man, I drank out of a garden hose. I ate craft dinner and chicken nuggets 5 meals a day, and like I'm alive. I'm here.
We're here.
We're still
alive.
kicking it.
Go. Same thing.
You know,
we're still kicking it. Nah, you got to buy the $7 mac and cheese.
MSTR is ripping 182. It continues to climb.
MSTR, man. It's a BitX rally. Oh yeah, it's
long
a Bitcoin rally.
Ponzi scheme.
It's a Bitcoin rally. Cypher is a good play right here, guys. Cypher is a good one to look at for a continuation.
Ooh, yeah.
So that's a good one right now. If you're looking for a play, I don't even have the buying power for it, but BitX is ripping. Cypher is trying to come back. It had a good day yesterday. Could continue.
I like how everyone in chat just agrees. Like, yes, trash food's great. It is. You know, I still revert back to it every day.
I love it.
Like
tonight, earnings,
everyone,
BTB.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was like, every once in a while, I'll still have. You know what? I'm gonna have
BTB.
some chicken nuggets. You know, I'm like, I don't know what's in this, but geez, these are just good with some honey mustard and some barbecue, some ranch.
Good spicy chicken sandwich.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Waffle fries. Yeah, it's bad, but it's good.
Get you a Frosty or whatever. What's it? Yeah, Frosty from Wendy's, and you put.
I haven't had one of those in years. Those are so good.
I mean, that's just life right there. Looking to get filled here on a dip buy, by the way. QUCY is coming back down.
Love to get Poet.
Yeah, Poet's been good too today too. Yeah, it's coming back on around.
Looks good right now.
Yeah, looking good. I like it. Poet looks real good.
That's a 15-minute 9 EMA pullback. Catch those 1-minute traders. Come back to the resistance. Undercut the resistance, but don't cut the support. Right back up to the resistance. Classic play on Poet. Let's take a look here. I'll show you it. Boop. So if you're on the 1 minute, you're getting washed out on this play. But if you're looking at the 9, the 15, you see how it comes right back to it? Extends right back to it. So I like the 15 on names like that to catch those undercuts on nice whole points. Now you look for the break of resistance, and I'll move right back up through that 2050. Right?
They're better on those bigger float plays like this. Yeah, it's a bigger float. It's like 170 mil.
Bigger float.
These are the trades where I try to tell traders, Mitch, that early on, like for yourself here, Mr. Jesse, these are the plays you need to trade. These are the ones you can attack. They're pretty charts. They're slow. You don't have to worry about 5, 7, 8 point moves. And oh gosh, I'm out. I'm in. This is nice and easy. You can use moving averages on bigger time frames. Yeah,
tight spread, lots of volume, of volume, not little bit of volume, right? In 15 minutes, this thing is trading 1 million shares. So that's what you want to be seeing, right? Not a stock that you go into it and it's like the float is under, let's say 15 million, and then the volume is at, like trading like maybe 200,000 for the day.
Yeah.
That's where it gets dangerous. It's
Careful.
not that you can't win. It's not that you can't win, but it gets dangerous, right? Yeah. As the float goes down, it's kind of a dangerous game to play, right? Yeah. You're okay to play it, but you got to also understand that those are the ones that are going to move wicked, right? But this can stay in a trend, right? That's why I love Cypher's chart. This is a trend chart, right? Trend chart. It's just trending away.
Yeah. A question in chat there from Nad4BR asked about, yes, Carlo's legit. Carlo, getting asked about in chat, my man. Carlo, yes, he is legit. You do have a legit.
That's our GQ man in the back. GQ.
Yeah, so
shout out to Carlo out there.
Well, also good cybersecurity. Come in and ask first. I approve. I approve of that, right? You never know who's going to email you, but yeah.
Speaking of that, look, did you take a look at Pan W? Did you take a look at Pan W like I've been telling you guys?
Mm-hmm.
This is, I'm telling you, this looks like a doubler.
Hack.
This looks like a doubler. This looks like it wants a double, man. We'll see what happens, but
a rare double trade for the system here. So we talked about that end phase trade took earlier, a buy and a sell right off the open there, and now it is shorting. So I got to put up the target for that, but now I'm short end phase. Very, very slow day for the bot. This is my 4th trade of the day. By now, sometimes you guys see I'm like in 15 or 20, and this is so near zero here, and that's just because the market is doing like a slow grind, and then a lot of what I'm looking for is looking for more. But yeah, if we do end phase, so this is the trade you can see on the screen, bot down here. took a quick profit there, and now it's shorting up here. And then just to look, plug we already talked about, and I'm supposed to put a profit target for that up there, and then SGML dip on that. So SGML is the only loser so far. The rest of them look winner, and then Enphase is brand new. So looks like I missed VLO buyback there, but yeah. So slow day, and just like we talked about, you need to either discretionarily or have a system to say, I'm going to buy and sell a lot some days. I'm going to do a lot of trades. I'm going to do a little trades. I'm going to do whatever. And it's going to be different for everyone. You might, all the time I go, oh, it's a super slow day for me. And then we'll get Josh come in and say, oh, there's so much going on. It's such a crazy, it's just, he's looking in a different environment than I am. Right. So it's going to be different for everyone, but
Coin off with the Bitcoin rip. It's taking off. 1 minute straight up.
Moving here.
Higher, low in the last 20 candles. I'll say 10 candles. Okay. Higher, low trend on the 1 minute.
Yeah, software. Look at software going big here in software.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, software and Bitcoin is just they're the same thing.
The key though is make sure you're in the right software name, right? I think there's starting to be some separation, right? Make sure you're looking at those charts. Make sure there's separation. Let's say a CoreWeave is a separating name, right? That's not the same stock that is let's say a application name, like a SaaS name, right? Be careful still with the SaaS names. I'm still big on the cyber, like ZS. Recovers 55 today, 155. You're getting an undercut and rally on ZS, an opportunity. It's not the best of breed, but still an opportunity there, and Zscaler. So those are the types of names that I'd be looking at, trying to ride some of that tail. But it's software infrastructure. That's the key.
Well, and that's why I did the ETF, right? I just figure I'm not, especially for a sector like that was under such fire. I just said, listen, I'm just going to buy the ETF, and I'll let them sort it out. Basically, it's like I'm outsourcing that decision making. Also, if we're talking ETFs, if you like the cybersecurity, you got Hack and Bug, right? Hack is close to an all-time high here. And then we have Bug is another one. These are both cybersecurity ETFs. So there's not a ton of cybersecurity stocks. So you're going to see a lot of CrowdStrike and PanW and then Zscaler and these kind of names in it as well. So you can go there if you want thematic ETFs. We definitely have those. And then now Crow's gonna in a second. I'm looking at the chat to see when Crow goes. There's a leveraged.
Trying to ride that ANET breakout today, guys. That was a good one to buy, man. I'm glad I said, you know what, Mitch, you've been waiting for that. That's just been straight up. What is it? We talk about that relative strength, right? That's what you want to see when you get in. We'll see what happens with China. It's still no mentions. Come on, Trump, get on the phone, wake up.
Start tweeting.
They're napping, man. They're napping hard. It's it's late over there. There's an old guy. Leave him alone.
Come on, it's China, dude. You go outside, you drink beer, and you smoke cigarettes. Come on.
I saw some great videos of Elon sitting at a table getting pictures, and he's already making memes out there.
Elon has fun, man. Elon, just go with Elon, dude. You know Trump's calling up Elon and be like, "Where are we going? You know this place. you have a car company here. Where do we go in this place?"
So I look it up. Just looking up Cerberus. So Cerberus Systems engages in designing and provisioning for processors for artificial intelligence training and inference. So it's another one of them. The AI model cloud services and systems. The company was founded in 2015, blah, blah, in Sunnyvale, California.
We're seeing a bunch of these kind of moving leaders to laggard. Remember the trade that I always talk about. So you're seeing the lags start to move, like Snow, like Zscaler. And those are definitely not best of breed. Just, it's okay to admit it, but that doesn't mean that you can't trade them, right? Second tier, third tier names, right?
Huge ripping.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just talking about. I was looking at what you were looking up for CBRS. Now you got me intrigued. So last report it says it was from Barron's, 375 a share, somewhere around that area. So it's probably gonna be 375, 400, I would imagine. Biggest Nasdaq debut this year. And then I was gonna talk about you talked about what they do because I did not know what they did. So yeah, so cool. I'm gonna watch this too. I love IPO plays. Of course, you know me. I love volatility. So bring it on.
It's there hasn't been much of it, but there's a couple very famous ETF trading strategies. One of them is just treating whenever it opens, like an opening range break, taking like the 1 minute high or the 5 minute high or something like that. And if you're right, great. If you're wrong, at least you got to stop on it. And then, the only stat I try to give everyone with IPOs, it's like 80 to 90% of IPOs will undercut their IPO price at some point in the first year. So, just don't get too hyped or excited. But for day trades, yeah, it's a freshly born stock. It's a new baby into the world. And it's like everyone, my Twitter feed, and that's how I knew about it, is I was just scrolling through to see if there's any news, and everything is just talking about this Cerberus IPO, and everyone's like super excited about it, but can't trade it yet. So I guess sometimes these auctions can take a long time if there's a lot of interest and demand, because what's happening is a whole bunch of Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan or whoever did the IPO clients have this, and they've all told their broker, I want to sell at this price, this price, this price. So JP Morgan's going to be on one side, they're going to be on the sell side saying, here's all the clients we have that want to sell, and this is roughly the price they want to do it at. Then you've got the other side of that, and there's just like a giant like auction negotiation going on. And then at some point the market maker will go, okay, we've decided to price, and they open it and they let it go.
All right, traders, we'll see what happens. That's it for me. I'll be watching some healthcare names, seeing Gilead start to come back to the open. Want that to make a rip. I want healthcare pushing strong today. I want to ride Gilead and Johnson & Johnson. We'll see what happens on ANET. Still riding that. And then we'll see how my China bet pays out. It's a bigger bet. It's 2-size risk for me, and I'm just going to play it out, right? It could be definitely a trade that can make this account. It could actually cash this account. So we'll see what happens. Let's get after it.
Cool. All right.
Later,
peace,
traders.
guys.
Take care. J&J show
Don't mess
now.
up.
Have a good
Don't
one.
mess it up, Josh. Don't mess up the market. Don't do it.
Josh? Hi. Good. How are you?
Doing really good today. There I am back on the screen. There I am. I went John Cena.
Did you really?
You couldn't see me there for a minute. When we went just a second because I was watching. I was like, oh, where am I at? And then I was back up. But yeah, I'll say SPY. Just looking at it, I'll say in my head for you guys, here we go. We continue to freaking climb here. Anywho, we're going to hold this 245.50 mark. I got 2 hours to hold it up today. I would 100% say we don't get lower than that. VWAP's kind of riding out flat. A lot of the time when I notice the VWAP, not really, whoa, where'd we go there? Ride up with the play like this, what right now essentially my 50 is doing. I know it's in a 1 minute time frame, so I usually want to use that in a larger time frame, but use that usually for my small caps. Anywho. But when you see that with a VWAP, there's a chance we're going to see it's really getting overbought. It's going to see some sort of reversal. When I notice the VWAP stays down low and chills down here, we continue to climb. So my ultimate high of day was 750. I say we still hit that today. So 750 is on watch for me. And again, this thing looks like it's hey, we talked about it, which is so funny, Jesse. So in the next in the next hour, and I said it to you, of course, but in the next hour, I mentioned it a lot with Steve. And I say, Steve, what price that I kept talking about that we're going to get to? And I kept saying 780. And we're going to probably 780. I mean, we're going to list, obviously, we're there. I mean, in layman's terms, we're at 750. So we haven't seen a pullback yet. I think we continue to go and we continue to climb. So if you're trying to find the top in the SPY, just don't. Wait. You'll see the reversal. We had a multi-week reversal essentially for the month of March. That'll happen at some point again. We'll get some nice good chunk of, people will take some profit. We will see a sell-off. Just don't jump in front of that train now. It's going to continue to climb 100%. So just want to get that real quickly with the SPY. I was like, gee, golly, here. I was wondering if he was going to say anything. I was like, I was almost going to say, oh, sweet, I don't nothing, no. And then right there at the end, he teased me. And then going back over here real quickly to QUCY. So you know Uncle Chris asked about QUCY. And we'll pull that on up. And yes, I do feel this play does stay up for the day, my man. These are my levels and lines. I actually had orders in. I canceled them now because I'm kind of getting a little worried about it. Like, where do I want to add in on this? Because yesterday we'll go over TDIC. It didn't make this overextended, really about almost 100% move in market before it took off, right? I didn't get filled on TDIC yesterday until about 15 minutes ago, truly. And that was at the 385 mark, right? And so we'll go back and look at TDIC. So it did something, this is a little bit different chart than what we had yesterday with TDIC, but I do still feel this play holds up. I had this upper shadow for an order. I was like, how did I not get filled? Oh, I got so closer to getting filled. And then I had orders into this line right here. So this is where I really want to get filled. So it was light up top like I was with TDIC yesterday, and I was heavier down low. Into this, to me, this, and I call them sandwiches, but old resistance, new support, and the way we slingshot up 50% retracement level 2. If you kind of just do the math from top to high of day, right? That's really going to be right around your 50% area. And now, if you look at it, really what's trying to hold, we'll just add a new one in here, is right here, right? And that's where I said, if you scroll back on up, then one of the first things I said, QUCY, dip area 3 and 275 or 275 or 3, whichever one I put first. Well, if you would have added in at 3, and I thought about it, I was like, let's just go a little lower. And I wish I would have added in and kind of maybe said 3 to this area for the dip area. And so this is this is what I've been going. I've been doing this for almost 10 years now, which is nuts. 9 years September or October of this year will be my 9th year of trading bounce plays.
Wow.
So decade of doing this exact strategy over and over and over and over and over and over and over. So, like Nos always talks about have a system or have a system trade for you. Well, I am that. I am kind of 1, 2, and 1 where I built the system and I trade that system. I know and I look for these and I find them. Like I always goofily say, you go into a bar, you know who's pretty. Well, I know every time, of course, I'm married, right? So anytime I go into a bar, I'm looking for Avery. I'm like, or went out to eat when I went out to eat the other night with my parents. I'm looking for my mom and my dad. Go in. I'm like, where are they at? And they do the one of these, right? They're like, oh, hey, we're here. And like, oh, there they are. And you go right there, right? And that's where I eat. That's where I get my food. That's where I get my bread, right? Kind of makes sense. You think about the terminology of getting bread, getting money. Well, when I eat and get money, well, that's where it's at. It's at that table. So I'm looking for that table every day. So yeah, I think this play holds up overall. At least you're tall, Tack. Yeah, I can look. Hey, where are they? Yeah, I guess if you're shorter. Well, hey, you're tall too, so yeah, it's nice for us short people. Although, hey, disadvantages and advantages always talk about.
Hey, be careful now.
Oh, you have advantages on the plane.
I'm medium-sized.
No, okay, well, hey, no, well, hey, my
there's short
wife's
people, and then there's me, and then there's you.
Hey, yeah, well, no, they're shorter than you. There's
there's plenty of shorter people than me. Absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, you're definitely not. You're definitely medium because then there's like extra large and then there's like extra large. Right? I mean, truly like sizes of, but no, like planes. I wish I could be like Ant-Man in a plane. I mean, how cool would that be? And then that plane would be so huge, you could run around and have fun, and no one would have any idea you're there. You could just chill wherever you wanted to. Hey, if the plane's going down, you're like, I'm getting out of here. You get through all the crevices, and then you can just jump out. And then, I don't know how that would work. But maybe if you're an ant, right? Ant falling from you would be good anyway. But yeah, I'm like, I hate planes because, of course, I'm always trying to get first class if I can. And usually most times anymore, honestly, the flights I take, you can usually get a first class ticket for not too much more expensive than another one. They always, hey, you want to bump up for this much more? I'm like, oh, yeah, if it's that much more, I'm doing it. Or any time they have the extra feet or extra room or whatever, because get in there, and I've had to, unfortunately, in flights. I think one of them coming home, and I would always try to upgrade. I think I may have upgraded all but one of my seats for the flight home from the money show, and on one of them I had to sit in the middle, like normal kind of seat, but in the middle. And oh man, let me tell you something right now. Oh man, at first, because I have a little claustrophobia a little bit too. So when I first got in, I was like, Josh, relax. and they weren't like smaller people either. It's one thing if it would have been like a small guy or a little, or like a girl and a whatever. And no, it was two dudes. And I'm like, oh man, like couldn't I get like a mom and her daughters, or they would sit on. But you know what I mean? Or someone, just two smaller people. But yeah, it was like one guy was my size and the other guy was bigger than me. I'm like, oh no, what the heck? So yeah,
Rest in peace, Spirit Airlines. That's right, Mind Music Muscle. Rest in peace.
Yeah. All right. Hey, and I always did the big seats for Spirit. Like I always did those, like the front 2 rows. They were called the big seats. Those are my go-to. And what's funny, as much trash as people talked about Spirit, unfortunately, and there's no point for me to speak up now because they're gone. But hey, they never did me dirty. Always good flights, never anything bad. Good service. So I would give, honestly, my few flights with Spirit, which was always DFW, like Dallas to Vegas. It was always, because it was direct flight, super cheap. It was always good, reliable, and I appreciate that.
This nice little breakout happening right now with QUICY. Is that what you have on here? No, QUCY.
QUCY, yep.
I'm trying to read it on this thing. Okay, I got it.
So you can see the levels that I have in here, and this is how I chart, right? So what you're looking for, if you're looking to chart every day, which we'll go through some different ticker SPY, starting to get a little heavy up top, forming a little head and shoulders. We'll go over that in just a minute. Levels, right? Where do you find levels at? Well, if you see a reversal here, yeah, okay, well, whatever. That was former high of day. We'll see what happens later. And then when you get this, you got to put a line in. That's going to be resistance. And then on the bottom side of that, you can see multiple touches, right? Well, if you see that, that's going to now be resistance on the way up, as you can voila see. And then same thing on the big reversal. And so now let's see, do we candlestick confirm and, get back within this channel? So you build these channels, and I like this, and I want to see consolidation. Before I enter in on this on QUCY over the next hour, I want to see what I saw yesterday on TDIC. We'll go over that again. I definitely want to go over that next. And then again, this is a small consolidation area where old resistance became new support, and you get this massive move from 50% retracement level. Now overall, like I said, you go ahead and kind of do the math. So those are the levels you have, and that's what you use, and then if worse comes to worse and you start cracking down on a way, well, then you can go to former high of day and pre-market fail. This is kind of essentially what I got my bounce play off of TDIC yesterday, and what I was saying, where we extended way more than what TDIC did yesterday. TDIC had to move up, but it came back down, and this is where I got my bounce play. Of course, if you watched that lesson, I put it out on YouTube yesterday, and hopefully we'll share that on Trade the Pool. I think I haven't seen we've shared that yet, but I sent it over to them to share. And again, I'm going to go over here with you guys in just a moment, but was coming off of pre-market high resistance areas, right? Now, this has this weird niche in it right here, where usually this is perfect. Boom, boom, and boom. So generally, that's all within about a 5 to 10 cent area. So that's what you'd want to go toward. And then there's your breakout area. This one kind of messed it up. But regardless, I still would have said, hey, I'm going to put some orders about 215. I'm going to throw low orders down around 195, and I'm going to surround this 20 cent area for a dip buy. And it just never, unfortunately, got down into that area. But that's what I'm looking for. I know Mind Music Muscle, Mr. Uncle Chris, TAC probably will, if TAC wants to ever trade bounce plays in small caps or large caps, doing the same thing. That's it. I know Uncle Chris watched the videos and the lessons over on YouTube that I have. So again, if you want to put those links out there, I'd appreciate it for traders to go over to my YouTube and watch. But plenty of lessons that I have out. And then, yeah, YouTube, Jesse. Anyone else? These go across the board. This isn't just for small caps. Everything that I trade and see, it's for across the board. It isn't just to go, hey, this is only for this. And of course, you, Mr. Nigel, the student. Nigel, how's the 25K eval going? Ingrid, Aussie chick, just got hers going. The other day we got her platform set up. I think it was on Monday, if I'm not mistaken. So I think she won the same day as you, or somewhere right around there. So how is that going?
And we're giving more away today on the earnings stream as well. Steve and I. So that'll be exciting.
Yeah, so today we'll be doing more giveaways, and I think the 25K giveaways, if you know what I'm saying. Those are that's 5K is good. Let me tell you, like, to just get out of the gate and have just a free 5K to trade with, that's good. 25K, and regardless, no PDT. I know that's eventually going to be going away here, coming up in the next month or two or whatever it is, or at least starting to come across the board. I think it's next month. It's June or July, whatever. It's coming up soon. Let me tell you something. 25K, you can make it work. You can definitely make some profit with that for sure. And so getting a 25K eval, take advantage of it. Take it slow. Don't go all in all day every day, right? Just take it slow and steady, because next thing you know, those $100, $200 wins rack up. Next thing you know, you get your $400 or $500 mixed in there. Make sure you keep your losses tight. Have a good stop loss. Have it $50, $100 losses. And start managing that. Like I do in the one-on-ones, where like yesterday I was in a one-on-one, and she was trying to get right back to at least 1-to-1, right, where her average wins 50, her average loss is 50, but she's got like a 70% win rate, so that's great. So imagine 50, but she's not quite to 1-to-1. But imagine when she gets to Now and I was like, just get to 1 to 1. So your average win's 50, average loss is 50. Then you work to get to 1.2 to 1. So your average win's 65, your average loss is 50. Then you get to 1.5 to what? So now your average, and then you get to where you have a 2 to 1, where your average win's 100, your average loss is 50. And then you could start working on those losses a little bit more and manage them. And usually over time, if you do it well enough, those losses actually start to get a little bit smaller. And so like me over time, usually, I bet I've hit stretches where you can see, like yesterday, which we'll get into, TDIC, that trade becomes like a 4 to, whatever, I'm in at 387 and it goes all the way to 30, so TCGLs of the world, those will come along. Once you start managing your trades properly, you're not gonna get them every day. I just want base hits, like my base hit yesterday, just a slow little mover, and then boom, next thing you know, it can go bananas on you.
That's right. And smoked tuna, 5K is hard if you're trading large caps, but there's a lot of tickers out there that if 5K, if you have that, frankly, no, you could turn that around. I would not say that is a waste of money. It depends on what you're trading though.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I would say too, early at first, you don't need to go big size. Money isn't it. Like if you're a newer trader, I would tell any trader to do a 5K or 25K, whichever you'd prefer. Most traders that I've worked with, again, over 500 people, I guarantee you, if there's a psychologist of stock trading, this guy would have a degree in it over here right now. I promise you. Over the almost 1,000 people I know I've talked to and worked with is in between the live streams. I've been live streaming since 2020. Got to think about that. And the place I used to stream live used to have 2,000 people in it. Sometimes over 1,000 consistently. My lobby Monday through Friday would have up sometimes to 400 or 500 people in it. So this is.
Can you imagine if we got you on creatine?
Yeah, exactly, brother.
You would be just, I don't know. You would be just.
Oh, I love it. I love
you would
it.
be a professor.
I would I'd start going bald and turn to Professor X. As long as I'm sexy like Professor X, he's still a good looking man, even though he's bald. I got to have that look, But I don't know if that's going to happen because I don't know if my head's shaped that way. But I thought about the head shape. Luckily, my wife, Avery, has such a beautiful head shape. She talked about the longest time buzzing her head. She always went to haircuts, but she knew. I'm sure she knew because she did the pixie cuts, like the back when when Miley Cyrus had, you had the buzz sides.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then, so I actually, then after that, when we went to buzzing her hair, I would buzz her hair. It was so easy, and her head shape so perfect. And like she could have long hair, short hair, pixie cut, buzzed head, like Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt could shave his head, doesn't matter. He's got the perfect head shape, and you're like, that son of a gun, like I got this egg over here going on.
You could put anything on Brad. You could put an ugly wig on Brad, and somehow it still works on his face. Kind of aggravating, man.
Yeah. But yes, back to what the generality of newer traders and then how many I've worked with. It's so many get so scared. They'll get into a trade and they immediately cut. They're in because everyone wants to go in big first. And I work with traders that try to dumb it down all the way to 50 or 100 shares, and they're still having issues, literally. And you're like, man, you're trading a stock that may move 30, 40 cents on the day. And, like say like a Ford, just like Ford, there's a few different tickers that I always send them to. And like, hey, trade these slower tickers, go in 50 shares, 100 shares. And so you're talking 50 or 100 shares, and it may move 50 cents, 30 cents in the day overall range wise. And and they're having these heart palpitations, and they're like, I'm like, hey, and that's why I'd say sometimes, maybe it isn't for everybody in the end because of that. You got to you got to get down the line where you're just trading. You're going to be wrong. Like I said, it was just so easy for me to just get over that at first. And I'm a perfectionist. Trust me. I am. I don't want to be wrong. And that was my big issue at first. I wanted every trade had to be right. And then, so that's why I never traded. Cause I'm like, I would get a couple of wins. I'm like, all right, well, I'm up this week. And then I wouldn't trade for like 2 or 3 freaking weeks. Cause I'm like, well, I don't want to lose that profit I made. I'm like, bro, that was like a month ago now. Yeah. Then just laughing at myself. And of course, Michael Jordan's of the world, myself playing sports, video games. Again, that's my point. Like how many times, like Josh, I had 1 undefeated season in all my sports journey, 1 out of all the years. And then at all my favorite teams that I've watched, the Broncos, the Razorbacks, the Bulls, were never undefeated. They never had an undefeated season. They lost. And the best they ever got, were close, 72-10 Bulls, 14-2 Broncos, 13-3, whatever, maybe I saw fit, anyway, whatever. They're great, but not perfect, right? And so, and that's here and there. That's like when I hit that one stretch in 23 to 24, I was taking like 7 trades a day. I was super confident. Everything was just aligned to where everything was my edge. I was really killing it because of my trend line, my edges that I have that was just going across the board from bounce plays, the halt strategy, trend line crack, shelf crack, high of day break, low of day break. All these things that I love to trade were just working so consistently. And that was my, kind of like close to undefeated season, and so now we're getting back to where I don't trade that much because I want to wait for those setups to come. But yeah, early on, oh gosh, I was such a scaredy cat because I always want to be right. And so any trade I did take was that. So the 5K eval for that alone is such a good thing. And what did we talk about here? Poet being such a good trade for W shape starting to form on the 1 minute. You'll see it on the 3 minute that I have over here as well. Beautiful move back on up. Money Mitchell's talking about it. Another number I want to talk about all the time, and I'll bring it back up hopefully in the next hour with Steve. 875. And here it is again, showing up like it shows up across the board. So start with 875, Jesse, and you can go up and put any numbers in front of it. 228.75, 378.75, 548.75, all the way 1875, 2875, 3875. You just keep going on up. And here we are, 1875. Look at high of day right there in pre-market and how we're failing right at it. We fail at it again in market. We make the 1, 2, and now that third touch move on up as we crack, kind of as we see that resistance area. And this is where you look for a bounce play. So I like Poet back down off this 1875 for a dip. And of course, if you want to go back off anywhere in these low W shape areas, so 1810, 18 or 1785 area, somewhere in that 15-20 cent range would be pretty good as well. And then the other one,
if you hold on, if you were so this is intraday stuff too. Now I have held Poet for a swing before. I was way down at the $7 mark, and regrettably I sold a long time ago. But if you were to swing this, what might be a good entry point? We're hitting all-time highs today. If you were to look at it and say, hey, you know what? I want it to go dip to what approximately do you like?
This breakout area right here, back down to 1450, somewhere. I would add it. My first orders would be probably at 13s. I want this right here. Mm-hmm. This is sexy. This is yes. Give it to me right now. But then we have it again up top. So let's go through this. Old resistance becomes new support. Old support becomes new resistance, right? So a little micro area here holds up here. That's bigger. Micro area here holds up here. That's bigger. Those would be the two areas. So if you want to say, hey, I just don't know that we'll ever get back down below 15. We may not. Then I would start around 15, 50, and then add into the high 14s. And then if you want to be safer and say, hey, and then even also say, hey, if it does get there, I'll add in. Josh says he loves it. And then anywhere around 1320 to 13 would be the ultimate, like, give it to me, baby.
Sure.
Now, do we continue this pattern also that I see? I'm very much a trend patterns reader. Domino, what are we doing? Domino, come here. Hell, come here. Girls, or Merlin, they're all like, Domino's wanting to play this morning for once, actually, and now she may sit down because I'm calling her out. But this higher low pattern and the flags on the way up, so pretty significant area. Not that it's a really a bullish flag yet, but we are consolidating. Then the consolidation area, another consolidation area. So if we continue this trend on the way up, we may not get lower than this high on the run originally, where we were first doing this. And this might be the low area that we just saw today. Big range, I know, but that might be the sweep down. I still would be a safe sailor and come back down to this area to start for me. If I'm like you said, you want something long term, you want to be like smart about it. This is it, and this is definitely it. You do the fibs too as well, which you don't really, in my opinion, I'm just always looking at it right out of the gate. It's about 50%. That's going to be really close to that area right through here. 40-60 is the key. Anywhere between 40-60 retracements where you're going to get all your bounces. That's A1A. You're going to see it from small cap to large cap, mega cap, don't matter. 40 to 60 area. And I've taught that. You can go look it up again back on my YouTube page. I know I just put use that little search bar, type in, I have it on there. I forgot what it's called. Retracements, maybe, possibly. But I have multiple levels or multiple lessons on it. My first one was back in 2021, and I talked about that 40 to 60 area. And back in 2021, all I traded was small caps all day, every day. And, of course, then move over to large caps in 22 to 23. Same thing. It's the same thing across the board. I mean, that's why I love being able to trade both, because you're just looking for the chart. When the chart builds itself, you can identify it and go trade it.
Sure. And thank you, Mind Music Muscle. You're awesome as well. Thank you for all the comments. Like to see you in here.
Yeah. Yes, for sure. Taquito, Pachito. Yeah, and I agree with Taquito. Me and Taquito's been around forever. Taquito can back me up. He had even a lobby over there as well where I was at. He can back me up on those numbers. We had a lot of people and traders over there, and hundreds in mine and thousands in the main overall gist of it. Like the main guy that ran it had about 1,000 to 2,000, and then I would take over his lobby at first, and I had my own. And so it was but I love this. And he says experience is key. Paper trade every minute you can and get experience. I taught that when I even first started streaming in 2020 for him over on the side I used to be at in 2021. I was saying, hey, listen, 2020 was well, I don't think I was in 2021, but in 2020 we had the halt strategy. I paper traded that at first, and I was telling traders this because I was under the PDT rule still in 2020 up through that year, and then I opened up an account to short with a broker. Of course, I was hoping TTPs were around, but Trade the Pool wasn't around. Dang it! So I couldn't, so I had to open up with a broker. But again, then. I was paper trading not, of course, you can't really paper trade on Thinkorswim, but I was just mentally doing it, right? And then I would start going small shares and work my way up, going larger shares, like on my trend line crack and my shelf cracks. And so, but I kept teaching that. Like I'd be live on a Friday and here, talking to hundreds of people, if not 1,000 or whatever, at least at that year we were at. I was like, I paper trade. When I'm done with my trades, I I get 3 days in a 5-day rolling period. I had 2 different accounts on 2 different brokers. So essentially I had 6 trades in a 5-day period. But you got to believe in 2020 how hot it was. There were so many trades to be had to keep practicing. And I did. I'm like, guys, there's so many trades. I'm missing out on that. I want to make sure I'm getting the reps on that. If I'm not getting these reps, I feel like I'm missing out on something. And yeah, I kept and I still throughout the years have taught, preach and teach that paper trade. For whatever reason, I get the whole, well, I can't find the emotion. The emotional's not. And like that, it's not about emotion at first. It's about getting the rhythm down, as in, again, when I'm going to go get ice water, there's no thought process to it. I know exactly what I'm doing, how I'm doing it. When I get in my car and I start it, anything I'm ever doing, most days, 95% of the stuff I do, there's no thought process. I think I'm going to do it, whatever I want to do, and I do it, correct? Again, any job you've had, you're almost subconsciously doing this job. And that's what it needs to get down to. And that's where I think, for me, it was huge to go back or even getting evals with us or getting our demo with us or paper trading essentially is to get the reps in. You're no offense, but you're a fatty. You're out of shape. You've not hit the gym in a very long time, if ever. You have to get the reps to get to looking good. It's going to be weeks and then months until you ever look like, old Dylan, three bench rows down, and he's just got all the girls looking at him. And you're like, dang it. And even Joe Dirt over there, who's hit the gym finally about 6 months ago, is looking pretty good. And he had what's her face? I forgot what her name was, but she was smoking. What was her name? What was her name?
Jamie Presley? Wasn't it Jamie Presley?
No, that was the sister. So, that was actually ended up being Joe Dirt's sister. I forgot what her name was.
Oh, that's right. It did. That's right. I saw that not too long ago.
Yes. But no, God, I forgot what I was thinking about what the girl's name is because she has like one name. I forgot what her name is in the movie. But yeah, and you get my point. Joe Dirt somehow getting with pretty girls. You get my point. He's like, how's he pulling pretty? It's going to be a while. You got to get the reps in. That was what was huge with me. I had to get reps in. And again, I was scared to trade, or I didn't know what I wanted to trade. I didn't know what the setup was. So that's the whole key about getting those reps in, because that's what it should be about at first. I need
Brandy.
That's it, Brandy. That was her name. Oh, Brandy. But you got to back test. Yeah, that was it. You got to back test. You got to back test that stuff. You got to get the reps in. Get all that out of your system. I had to, and it was a real funny journey when I went to paper trading back in August of 2017. So I had to get that trading out of my system because I was too scared to trade with real money. And then, like I said, then I'd go to paper trading sometimes and still pull that same sort of. And SPY, by the way, what did we talk about? 750. Ooh, and look at that 875 rule. What is the high of day for the SPY? Everybody go look at the SPY's high of day. Go look at the SPY's high of day and where we're failing at right now. Is this not nutso? 7 all the way up to 748.
748.
Anyway, there's that 875 rule coming in. But that's where it was key for me to get those reps in. And again, going back to sports, going back to video games. I was like, Josh, how many video games do you pick up? Like, again, when I first got college football first came back out last year, whenever it was, a couple years ago, I'm about to put this on. What mode can I put this on to like handle, because I couldn't go straight to high. I was probably all American, I bet. And then it's Heisman. So I'll probably put on all American and then I start there and then move to Heisman. Have however many seasons, you just fly through it, and you're 5 seasons in, recruiting 5 stars, killing the computer, and then you got to go what? Then you got to go play people online, and then you got to work your way up that tier, and so it's any video game in the past, right? You're like Sonic, whatever. I can go through all these games that you get to the boss and you got to start all over again. You're like, or you get to 3 levels in and you finally die. You're like, and you finally work your way to finally beat the game. Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat. I never forget beating those games and how long it took me. Again, playing sports.
Donkey Kong, man.
There you go. Love it. There's a good one. Love it, love it, love it. But you get my point. And so I'm like, you got to put the reps in. And so at first, my paper trading training, how funny it was the fact that I had to get that out of my system. So I went and I was over trading. So I was like, I call it a 4-pack, 5-pack a day, where I'd go back at the end of the day. I'm like, because you get in, you're 40, 50 trades, no lie. And I'm like, oh my Joshua, whoa, wow. And then I start to slow that down to where I probably would get to about 20 trades a day. And this is over about a month period, maybe, and definitely less, I know. Because by mid-September, because my point being, let's go to mid-September. And I maybe even less trades, maybe 10 a day or whatever it was. But what happened is, out of the guy, couldn't wait to trade, like all these traders. Couldn't wait, opening bell, let's go. Yeah, let's go. And I'd force and take dumb setups and dumb trades. Then I would sit back and wait for trades, and it'd be successful. And at the end of the day, after getting back finally to even, or maybe even finally green, I'm starting to get back to where I'm green. And I'm like, Josh, if you just would have sat back and waited for the green trades, and you wouldn't have taken those, and most of the time, 90% of the time, those losses were forces, or when I went back and looked at the study, I was a 30% or 20% trader in that setup. I'm like, whoa, I mean, what are you doing there, buddy? And then so I'm like, here's where you're good. It was just shining at me. 30 minutes after the opening bell, a little bit bigger float, 10, 15 million or more, and then trade an hour or so after the bell, 30 minutes after the bell. Sit back and wait. And so I started doing that. Prime example, let's just now go to it since I haven't talked about it all morning. Let's go to TDIC, where I'm trying to teach this on my live stream day in, day out. Woo, and we're halted down, TDIC is right now. So TDIC, let's go back to yesterday. And I want to zoom back.
Those opens, though, can really suck you in, especially if you feel like after you've been watching the pre-market for a couple of hours, you kind of have a rhythm or an idea of where that stock might be going to. I will take some trades. I have been to some extent profitable, other days not. But sometimes it'll just suck me in those first 5 minutes even.
Yeah. And so resistant line still in, which I love. And this ends up being about a 10 cent area, 15 cent area, at most maybe 20. And so we fell right here, right at 380. And a good reversal. So I'm looking at reversal. So we go from 380 down to about overall right out of the gate 3, but then we go eventually down go down to around 280. So about a dollar reversal, 90 cents or so. Then we go from 370 down to 285. So again, okay, I'm seeing about how far the retracement levels are, and we're also failing at the same area over, and we do it again here, which I don't want to go too far yet. And then you can see your top right hand corner failing yet again there at the essentially 385, 390 mark. So I know if I can put orders in here, maybe a little lower if you want to. I see but up to here. And then luckily, I stick with this upper shadow. It's the highest upper wick, upper shadow, whatever you want to call it. Wick, shadow, don't care. And I go out, okay, 388 is the high. Well, so I'll move my crosshairs. But if you look, it's the high right here, it's showing you. So if I hover over it, you can see it's 388. 7's my favorite number. So I'll go, okay, 387. Well, now we're not quite saying I'm going to get a bounce play there yet, but that's where I did get the entry of 387, just kind of teasing that. But then what do? We go for a squeeze-a-rama. And then all these numbers are there. They're everything's working. It's a technical sound setup, as in my retracement levels are about 90 cents, maybe a dollar, right? Well, not only are my retracements that, so what I want is for this to work out perfectly is for this to pop 80 cents to a dollar above the resistance area. Why? Because I want an 80 cent to a dollar pullback for a bounce play. Well, you can find the bottoms here. Every bounce play, essentially this one's a little bit bigger. It comes in right about a dollar, right? And then there's this one here. It's right about 90 cents, 80 cents. So I know if I'm going to get something to move back on up on this play, I need to go about 80 cents to a dollar. And so what does it go? It goes right to almost 470, 475. Yeah. So where do I go? I'm like, perfect. That's perfect. I'm going to put orders in off of this area down into this area. Of course, off that wick too. I unfortunately only got filled right there. I got filled right out of the gate, 387, boom. But you can see the time down there and how far into the chart we are. That's an hour and a half after the opening bell. And then it works out to be not only right out of the gate, whoopsies, let's not go there yet, a pretty good bounce play.
Rider. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, pretty good bounce play. And then when it comes up, I put orders, I leave my orders in, but I never got filled. 377 was my next order, and it canceled them after that, and then I canceled them because I'm just going to write out the remaining shares. And I was actually even a one-on-one saying, man, this isn't a bad time for an add-in, honestly. It wasn't a bad time to add back into that. And then before you could add back in one last time here, which I was like, man, I was kind of thinking about it during the lunch recap. Well, if you watched the lunch recap yesterday, you got to see the Banana Joe's movement, which we only got to see the first really small portion of it. And I thought that's all I was going to get, which was great. 387 entry, you can see essentially where my blue line is at. About 100% move up to 7, right? And I had a 701 exit. So at first, I'm like, I top tick this. No, we build a bull flag and we keep going all the way up.
Woo.
So
yeah. Beautiful.
You're going to get that every day. You'll get them every once in a while. It seems like now, which, I'll get them twice. Let's see, 2 so far. I'll probably get 4 this year. I got TCDL, I got this one. So that's 2 already. And we're only 5 months in. So I'd imagine I get 2 more before the year's over. Maybe a third one. 4 or 5 a year, and so imagine if I was filled full share size. But this is where you can have patience, you can wait, you don't have to trade in all this chaos where it's up, down, up, down, up, up, so many trade. I guarantee you right now, Jesse, obviously if 90% already are out of this game and lose, I bet 90% of traders were red through this right here. I guarantee.
Yeah, the trading in the chop.
Yep. And then if you just wait for the move to go up, to come back down to you, and look how many times and how long you had to get in there. I mean, it was just resting. Even in that one-on-one, you're like, when, and I'll never forget this being asked to me, when do you get out of this? When do you say enough's enough and you're just going to cut it? I'm like, never. I'm not until it cracks, like whatever my stop loss was. Like until it cracks my stop loss, I'm holding on to my shares. And boom, shakalaka, and there you go. And that's exactly, and it's exactly what I said. Because sometimes you'll get this. Now, I don't think I was going to get to 30 or 35. Sure, no, sure. But
what is the moment of confirmation for you, Josh? Like, what is the time where you're like, okay, chop, chop, chop for 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, whatever. What is that moment? You're looking for that dollar amount for it to go over, and also you're watching the volume surge. Is that essentially, or is there 2 different components you're kind of waiting on there?
As long as it's there, I mean, it obviously helps when you make your biggest volume candles of the day as you do push up, which makes sense, right? It's the biggest.
About 9:15 there, you get kind of you get a bit of a false breakout. You get a long wick there on that one. For me, that may have tripped me up. I may have gotten in at some point and said, "Hey, this is it. This is the moment we go up," and then all of a sudden, whoop! No, we're back down, and then we're consolidating again. So
and what I was gonna say, what I would tell you to look for here, like when I'm watching this live build up, I want this to happen. I want actually a bunch of traders to get, burned, to be honest, but it to stay up, because I hate this for traders, but here's what happens. So a lot of traders like yourself, you get in, we're going, let's go. Oh, shit, and you cut the loss. And then it goes up, and not only goes up and you would have been profitable, but then it does one of these numbers and you go back and you go, mother, beep, 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 should have beep, beep, right? And you're like, yeah. So that's why I sit back and have the patience and wait. I love to see this happen where we go up, come down, but what do we do, buddy? Old resistance area becomes what? New support. And then I love when we come surging right back up into it. And that's where, traders like yourself and I have been in the past are beep, you're cussing, going like, dang it, I knew it. It's coming back up, watch. And then when it builds this tight flag, I know it's coming. It's coming any moment now. Now, this is where I was telling traders on my live stream yesterday, I'm like, this is where I want to start. Where I'm seeing this move, because I was in the one-on-one talking about this, where you're going, because this is where you'd buy in. You don't want to wait for the breakout, because a lot of the time you'll get the false breakout still even yet afterward. Yep, so even if you got it yet again, at least you're in here at 360 something, so you're in a much better spot, 370, 360 at best. But this is what I love to see, where we're showing an area of fail. We're showing an area. We're doing it yet again, but when we come down, we haven't made the full crazy reversal. We're down, but right up and really holding and consolidating off of this old kind of resistance area. And so we haven't done what? The crack of it, but like before. The crack of it like before. So now I'm seeing this as bullish. If we can pop back up through this consolidation area, like back through this, we're going to hit this. And if we hit this, we're about to squeeze and go for more. Now, I've always just been a bounce trader, and I'm not going outside of my rules and what I trade day in, day out. And that then comes in for just waiting for all the stars to align, which is that doing the math, doing the setup. It's all there. We're creating overall the W shape you can see too as well. So everything's there. Now essentially I'm just saying, please go to 475, 485 is fine even. Just go somewhere between that area and I can get a bounce play. I know I will. I know this old supply zone that's resistance will become new demand and support. And so so when all those stars align, the volume surges back in. You've got all any moving average I would use. It's kind of rolling up them and holding them, as you can see, before we actually even squeeze and go for more. And then it just never sees them again. This has
is this squeezing which one in which you would just add more as you go, or are you waiting for just like one particular play and you're just in it for one time and then you're taking off the top as you go?
New, like down the line, what I want to do, just what I'd love to do is when my entry is good as it is, I'm never going to ruin that average entry price. Yep. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm not going to add into even a winner. I'm not going to add in because I love seeing that price. I can't help it as me as a human. So what I want to do is eventually down the line have, in which I would love to have, in which I get to manage that another, like multiple accounts. So point being, I'll leave this one as is and scale out like I did yesterday, and keep that low price. But in the other account, start going, okay, this is starting to turn parabolic and trade my halt strategy and trade this on the way up and get in again, but not ruin the average of the other one. So essentially I could trade it twice and what you were talking about and getting in this again. And that would have been on the way up here once we're doing all this halting, which I would have done somewhere off of this flag. Once we get up in this area, there's no real true trend. It's kind of all over the place once we get above 11, And so somewhere through here is where I would have gotten in for the move up, going, this is going to get crazy. Because the chart also yesterday read that. So if you go back and look at the chart, I can go back and further in time, there was just really nothing to hold this play down. It had like this huge area from where it was sloped down to, and now there's no chart really back behind it to hold it down. So this really had no, we're not. Are we really going on the way down today this hard? Oh, wow, brother, man.
Whoa.
Look
at that. Whoa. Cliff.
Whoa. Resumption price $9, 45 after resumption time in 1 second. AEHL just halted too as well. So AEHL, what did it just do out of nowhere? Okay, whoa. What is AEHL doing now today? What is going on? During this last hour, look at the moves here. Is anyone catching these? I'm not touching it. This is kind of all over. Now, TDIC, it's I think a little too far down for me to want to get in on these halts. That would have been great when we cracked this pre-market low 15. And I even talked about if we crack 15, we're going to 1250. We crack 1250, we're going down below sub 10. And this did exactly that. I talked about this in my morning alerts this morning. So again, getting in here would have been great. Oh, and the candlestick confirmation somewhere in this area. Nice multiple halts down. So we have multiple halts down here on the way down.
Wow. That sucker fell.
Yeah, that is nuts right there.
Multi-day dead.
What is going on here? Look at that. This is another one. Lezel here has been going nuts. So all of a sudden, this one is just, I think, a bigger float. Wow. Oh wow. This is interesting. I almost want to. The only thing is I don't see a true winner because what we're having now on top of the fact is QUCY is having this huge sell off here out of nowhere as I was going over to TDIC. So. This is where I almost all day, every day, Jesse, going for a dip buy off this mark, this old plateau right here. So right around 355 to 360-ish area. Mm-hmm. I love the sandwich though. So let's see if we get a small bounce play right here off this 360, 355 mark. And if we do, I know bounce plays are working, but this is nice. This is essentially what I'm looking for. Technical sound setups here. So 325, 330, whatever you want to call it, or 225, 230. Yeah. Becomes that new demand zone after we were once resistance there from after hours, as you can see then here at the opening bell right afterward. Nice to see that. Nice to see. Really overextended strong move up there for Lezel out of nowhere. We're getting some really volatile movement. AEHL moving nasty. I got to start looking at these here. I do want to watch to see where we go live on TDIC. TDIC here. Good gosh. $9 resumption price on TDIC is what it's saying so far. $394 for AEHL, which is halted up. That is all over the place. Man, Jesse, welcome to small caps, buddy.
Yeah, no, small caps is what I started with back in October. Actually, I went from small caps and then I moved over to large caps. So yeah, this is actually pretty familiar territory.
What's up, D. Rada? How we doing? Giovanni got a question. He says 2 questions. Trading IPO. Did those 2 rules change for TTB second rule and 20-cent rule? So you're talking about trading IPOs. I never knew there was a rule about not trading. And it could be that way. Same thing with earnings. I know we're working on rule changes. Nothing has been official yet that I know of. Yeah. And I remember I was talking with Michael Katz, the CEO, this week. We're getting, about getting more streamers on, and the guys that I'm bringing on Friday night, and they're loving them. And anyway, long story short, I, said, hey, we need to, when this does come about, when we finally decide to, announce it, and that's what we need to do. I was like, let's do I was saying, I think it'd be so cool to do like a trailer, where it's each one of us, where like maybe Money Mitch starts out and said, it starts with, trade the pool, like essentially a trailer for the things we're about to do. I don't want to mention these things, so it's hard for me to I can't do my pitch here, but where I like it's Money Mitch for the first 5-10 seconds, then it goes to Michael Noss, then it goes to me, then it goes to you, then it goes to Steve, then it goes to Jay or whatever, right? And then it finishes off with like Michael Katz saying, boom, and it's a clip of me and my, so that would be cool, announcing all the rules, whatever we're doing, the big things that you can look for on June the 1st or whatever. June the 1st, here are the things. Like Money Mitch starts out with that, like June 1st, are you ready for the new things coming to trade the pool? And then it's Airplane Jane. She's like, yeah, I like to fly high in my planes, but I don't know. have AI write it.
What an impression! That was awesome. I'm sure. I hope she's listening. My music muscle. Yeah, I think I like large caps a little bit more so far with my experience. But I also still do look at the small caps as well. But I really like the volatility of some things that we see, like MU, Tesla. I like the movements of that, and I feel like there's always money to be made. Whereas I feel like in small caps, you're kind of sitting and waiting for the moment. There's a lot of consolidation. And and at first I wasn't actually doing small caps with Trade the Pool, so I was just using my own money, so I wasn't shorting, and so I think that has added a completely different ramification to my trading game. So I am probably gonna go back and try small caps again at some point, but I've really enjoyed large caps.
Nice. Love it. Yeah, they're good. I mean, you like you said, you're gonna get movement nonstop. You don't have to find stuff. Small caps, you got to find what's moving. You got to go
exactly.
And do
research. Get the scanners out. You got to know what's going on. You got to be there the second it happens. MU is always moving. I mean, you're either you could get in and lose money or make money right away.
Yeah, and I would say Tesla, Giovanni. Yeah, you're looking for a short reversal area. I would say pre-market high start adding into yesterday's high. I know it's about $1 area. But that's where I would be looking for if you're looking for a reversal on Tesla. It looks like it's going to be range bound now, honestly, creating off of, I figured it would have gotten a little bit lower off of yesterday's pre-market highs, failing their opening bell at nasty reversal. Doesn't quite get down to that area. So yeah, watch. That's where I would be looking for. Yes, 100% Giovanni.
And NVIDIA is making new all-time highs again. It hit over 236.
Yep, she's rocking. She's looking good.
NVIDIA's looking strong today.
Got a lot of people. I'm in this at 93. Not many shares, unfortunately.
Nice. No, that's good. I was in it at 197.
Nice. Anyone that I'm in with, or people that are on NVDA, I'm telling them, hold it forever. Unless you just need the money, it's going to keep going up. Same with Apple. Same with AMD. Same with Google. Those plays are just bound to continue to climb. They'll find a top at some point, but they're so strong in what they do and all the things they continue to do in the tech, the tech space. It's just, I'm holding Amazon forever. It's going to do what it does forever. It's Amazon. I mean, and then they're going to keep buying stuff, and now then you add all the new things that they're getting into, and so. It's one of those things that's it's a no-brainer. I've got some people that are in different tickers, maybe like Microsofts of the world or Metas or even PLTRs. There's others. I think those are stalemate. Maybe even seeing some pullback and sell-off. There's time to maybe take some profit or even get out of it and reinvest into something else. Yeah, NVDA, beautiful moves here. Staircasey too, which you love to see. This is technical sound setup. Old resistance, new support. Old resistance, new support. And so this is what we're going to continue to see when you have... I love when we move to all-time highs. I was ready for this. I can't stand it when we get chopped up and channeled up and consolidate or go back down into previous charting levels. I like all-time highs. You usually, for whatever I've noticed, create much cleaner charts because there's no charting behind you to really. There's no moving average. There's really nothing up there. So you can create some real clean charts.
Exactly.
Gosh, don't tell me. This was my pick this morning, actually, AIIO. This was my pick to do the TDIC because it was continuation from the day before. Go back to TDIC if you really want to, and go back to Tuesday. And it was like this. It matriculated all day, continued up from ones into the twos. It was up in pre-market yesterday, as you saw where I was getting bounce plays at, right? The $3 to $4 range. So this was my pick today to actually squeeze over. And you can see the 1, 2, 3. You can see what I'm talking about. So here comes the 4 touch. So this is definitely, as long as we can hold that sweep down, here at 435. This still has potential to stay up into the flag and squeeze and go for more, thus then creating a great bounce area. And this is the one I've been waiting on actually all day here to get the breakout. And really nice to see this bounce off after hours high here yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, there, right there at that 330 mark, 340 mark here, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. So now it's moving back on up and really just levels lines to put in, right? So we come in here and we're going to put in a line right here to add into the high of day, low of day. Don't need to put a line in. It's already there. Plus it makes sense because it's actually hitting the levels that it should. And that's exactly what you want to see here. So this is definitely, we're seeing, in which I love, some technical sound charts over the last few days. Yesterday we got a few. Me and Steve were killing it. And of course we got some today. Leslie, yeah, Taquito. Hey, that's what's been running though, Taquito, are the earnings plays and small caps. They have been hot. They've been running. That's been what a lot of traders have been moving toward. And they've had those multi-day runs too as well. So don't even surprise if Leslie continues to hold up into tomorrow. Make sure I'm catching all the questions. Okay. I'm catching back up. I'm way down the line.
A lot of comments. You're talking, and occasionally I'm trying just to slip in an answer to various comments or make a remark. So yeah.
Good stuff. Let me take a drink of water.
Hey, how was the movie? You and the wife went to go see a movie last week, right?
Mortal Kombat. Let me tell you about two movies. Movies that take place within days apart. So Mortal Kombat 2. After watching the second one, it finally hit me really hard in the head after coming back home because Avery wanted to watch the first one. And so point being, watch the first one and second one. And obviously I was like, oh yeah, the first one, bad guys are trying to cheat and cut because it's before the tournament. The tournament actually is Mortal Kombat 2. The first one is setting up to the second one. So they do such a great job at that. And some of the scenes in Mortal Kombat 2, they have more fighting scenes, and you should see, it's like playing Mortal Kombat. So they used, when Liu Kang and Kung Lao fought, they used, I think it was from Mortal Kombat 2, like they used like the same scene, like the back, it looks just like the video game.
Yeah.
A few fights are from, they pull stuff from the video game, which is so cool. And a decent storyline. I mean, I don't need it to be too in depth. Just give me a decent storyline and then give me some good action. And I love how that 1 and 2 take place within about a 3 to 5 day period, I'd say. Johnny Cage is fun and funny. Kano's back and hilarious. So you got those two together. So you get comedy, you get action, you get Sub-Zero, you get Noob Sabat, you get freaking Scorpion back. You get the goods. That's fun. So I'll tell you, anyone, and of course Steve, hopefully he's getting his way to Mortal Kombat. We got to get him. Hopefully he watched the Fifth Element finally, which was his goal last night. So he got that one down. So yeah, Mortal Kombat, I'd give that one a 7.5 out of 10. I'd give 2 an 8.5 out of 10. The 9s pluses are your Forrest Gumps, your Shawshanks, your the best of the best. But these are really, really good, to be honest. 7s and 8s I'd give them. And then Ready or Not, and then Ready or Not 2, which is called Ready or Not, Here I Come. This is actually a back-to-back day. So if you've seen Ready or Not, if you haven't, you've got to see this. You and the wife would love it. I haven't seen it.
No.
You and the wife would love this. So essentially, bride-to-be marries into this really rich family, and this really rich family has they have various ways that they've made money throughout the years. You got to watch. I'm not going to tease it all, but point being, long story short, they also made money off board games, and. So when anyone enters the family to initiate them, they have to play a game, and so there's this little box that you have to draw a card from, and they play hide and seek. So of course we say hide and seek, Ready or Not, Here I Come. So that's why the movie's called Ready or Not. They play hide and seek, and that's the one card she should not pull, because any other card would have been just a plain game of checkers or this, that, or the other, and now it's a full-on hunt. She gets 100 seconds to go hide and has to stay alive. See, they don't tell her that. She had like, hey, go hide. You get 100 seconds. You have till dawn. And she's like, I have till dawn? Like, isn't that a long time? And so she goes to hide. I'll stop it about right here. She goes to hide. And about 15 minutes in, she's like, okay, this is stupid. I'm done. This is goofy. And unfortunately, you have to see exactly the rest of the story, which is they have to hunt her. They have to hunt her, and she has to survive till dawn. It's crazy. And you'll notice people
this is a good-hearted rom-com, or this is a horror flick?
No, it's a horror comedy. It's horror comedy. Yes, it's a horror comedy. So it's comedy, but then there's you will love it. It is so fun. Most people that I ever bring it up to are like, oh, I love that movie. And then the second one picks up right after the first one lets off. So obviously, if there's a second one, she survives. And
maybe he was cloned. I don't know. You gave it away, Josh. She could have been cloned.
Well, no, there's a second one, but the second one's just as fun. So that's what makes you want to watch the second one. Like, oh, she survives. How does she survive? And it's nuts, bro. And then the second one takes place the whole second day, and you're like, boy, here we go again. And I'm not going to give the twist for the second one, like why, what's going on. And it actually is a good, it's fun. So if you had to, I would go. For you and the wife, watch Ready or Not 2. I promise you, it's a lot of fun. If you're just you and the kids or something or whatever, you and the guys, and she might enjoy it. I mean, everyone to go see Mortal Kombat 2. So Mortal Kombat's fun too as well. I just like that it's a good storyline because I'm all about continuity. I can't stand, and I know people, this is one of my biggest pet peeves, and he ended up doing a good job, but like when Rhodey, or whatever his name, War Machine, got replaced from Iron Man 1 to Iron Man. I like Don Cheadle, but man, I like I was like, man, you're replacing Terrence Howard. I liked him.
Yeah,
like, I hate when they do that. But, and sometimes it's money, whatever, and I get it. But I hate when they do that in any movie ever.
I had to do it with Terrence because he was getting in a lot of trouble, actually. So that's the reason.
Money. He wanted more money. He was like,
because I heard he was getting in some trouble too. So it may have been the money. Maybe it always comes down to money, and that's what it's all about. But
Yeah, but I hate when storylines, because I went to school for this. Is the other thing I went to school for was cinema. I just hate when they mess up continuity. I'm like, this makes this. That's no. What is going on here, y'all? Like Transformers is a good version of like 1, 2, 3. They do a pretty decent job with continuity in 1, 2, and 3. But then 4 and 5, you're like, where are we going? Like, where did this get off to? Not Gorge Transformers, but any kind of just stuff like that. It just gets on my nerves. So, at least with 1 and 2 so far, Mortal Kombat, and then, Ready or Not, I love how, like, again, they're both within 2, like, one of them's back-to-back days with Ready or Not, which is just so cool and fun, especially if you watch them back-to-back. It's just like, whoa, that was so fun. And they're not that long, too. Mortal Kombat, Ready or Not, hour and a half, a little bit longer than that. That's what also, I don't like 2-hour, 30-minute movies.
You're not watching Lord of the Rings, are you?
Yeah, it better be Lord of the Rings and that good, or it better be Dark Knight. It better be.
It's not worth the 3.5 hours invested. Terrence says 1 × 1 = 2. That's right. The Crow Trades. I've watched him on interviews before. He's a very interesting man. 1 × 1 = 2. He should join the stock. He should trade. Yeah, he should trade with us.
Love it.
One in the pool, Terrence.
Look at Taquito. I vote to 80%. That's what it is. 80% of the time we are talking charts. I think you got it actually on the dot. That was our 20%. Yeah, that was our 20% so far. If you go back to when this stream first started, that may be not even 20% that we just went over with movies right there. So, hey, and he asked a question, I got to answer it, my man. I'm long-winded. You give me a mic, I'm talking, baby. Yep, Lezel here, team. This is beautiful to see this. This is gorgeous right here. So, Lezel, beautiful move right here off the old resistance area, new support. So this is going to be your main demand for the rest of the day not for the rest of the day, but at least through the call-in show over the next hour. This is where I'm going to be looking. I'm going to have Lezel up over on my right-hand side here for the call-in show. And if we do see a pullback into this area, I will let you guys know it may not get back here. And then later in the day, this is going to be like a forever order line, like say tomorrow, even the next week. I would put a line in even here at 230. These are going to be your 2 bounce areas moving forward on Lezel. Lezel is a moving. Leslie here. Call him Leslie.
And so is the SPY. For the last hour you've done an excellent job. You're holding it up. We're at 749. We might tap that 750 again.
I mean, I think I should get some sort of bonus from these guys. I mean, all they ask for is me to hold it up, and I just keep pushing it to new all-time highs. I mean,
and I just sit here. It's great.
I may request for one this month. I'll say, hey, where's my SPY bonus?
Where's my SPY bonus? You should put that in a contract for sure.
Yeah, right. Yeah, all right. I got a SPY bonus, right? Everyone's in SPY for the long. I know Airplane Jane. Everyone's loving it. Come on, guys. You know me. It's me. I'm the one doing it. Duh. I'm the one over here buying millions. I mean, no, God, duh.
It's not Warren Buffett. It's Josh. It's AK-47.
Right. Yeah.
Can I trade bounce plays on futures, Josh? Barney wants to know.
Yes, futures. Oh yeah, yeah. So, where is Saline Girl? Where is Saline Girl in chat? She was in here earlier. Saline Girl. Come over and you should have answered that question already. I don't know. She may not be in chat because she trades MNQ. Here, Sailing Girl. Tell him. Tell and tag Barney and say Josh called out the most crazy bounce play a week or two ago to the penny. and the NQ. It was well, I'll say to the penny, but yeah, it was pretty close to the penny. And she got in. She took a good long. It was pretty nice in money. But yeah, no, yeah. And it was a bounce play. It was back when SPY hit 7. It was like I have to go find it on the chart now. It was crazy. Yeah, to the tick. So, and that's what I was saying. That's not going to happen all the time. Those are the TDICs of the world. Those are the levels of the world that show you a fine defined area. And then it also not only shows you it, but it actually does work out. It could show you it. It's not always going to work. But this one did. And I said SPY, I think it was around 722, if I'm not mistaken, right? Saline, I said, that's going to be it, right at 722. And so watch for that. And then, I mean, both hit. SPY at 722, NQ, MNQ hit that, whatever. I forgot what the level was for them at the time for futures. And yes, my man.
I wish girl, she's verified it. Barney and Josh called it to the tick.
There you go. Bounce off yesterday's highs. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, and that's what she trades. So there you go, Barney. She trades MNQ. I do one-on-ones with everybody. She's in my live stream too as well. She asked about it one day when I was on the live stream. I was like always, hey, I'm about to be done. You guys have any questions or any stocks you want me to break down? She wanted me to break down MNQ or it may have been before that even, but she wanted me to break it down. I said, yeah, sure. It's chart to chart. I mean, pizza's a pizza. You know, I'm like, hey, a burger's a burger. You know, for me, like if there are people, and there are, you like Taco Bell, Taco Bueno's better. And I'm like, yo, what? You gonna sit there and dog on Taco Bell, Taco Bueno, same old garbage? I mean, come on. You can't be like, oh, Burger King is trash. Wendy's is where it's at. You kidding me, bro? Like, listen, I mean, what you arguing poo-poo over poo-poo, essentially, in the end. Bad food over bad, like, it's terrible for you. Anyway, and so you give me a cheeseburger, I'm gonna destroy the cheeseburger.
That's
hopefully. I've never, no offense, unless it wasn't cooked. Thank God I don't think I've ever even had one of those. But I've never had, turned every cheeseburger. They've all been good. Cheeseburgers, that McDonald's, the homemade, it doesn't matter. Pizza's the same way. I'm like, sure, I'll eat it. It's a slice of pizza.
Yeah.
So
hey, as we depart here shortly and charts come back up on the screen, I will be back on the earnings tonight with Steve, 3:30 Eastern Standard. Don't forget about our earnings giveaway, link in the description. And Josh, you'll be back, right, here with Steve here in just in the afternoon, pretty shortly, right?
Right now, we're going to the call-in show.
Right now, boom, call-in show coming up. Beautiful. So
Steve should be coming in hot here in a minute from the West Coast. Dusting the eye crumbs off, maybe, I don't know. But coming in. And hey, small caps back, though, which is really nice to see for all you guys that are in chat. I know it got a little slower there for a while for us in the small cap sector. But hey, you get WOKs of the world. And by the way, what did WOK do today? Is it going crazy? Not too much. But then you get AEHLs of the world. Of course, we saw what TDIC did yesterday. Oh my gosh, this thing continues to dump away and halted down again. Wow, what a sell-off. So it just brings light to all these even newer ones. So we're going to have some spice back in the market. Lesl, QUCY was fun today for a minute. MobX's turn. Yeah, MobX could go, honestly, today. That's another one that could still ramp up there, as you can see in that beautiful flag right there, trying to break the downtrend right now. You've got a plethora of tickers to look at as we move forward here. I think now hopefully may have turned the turn, but I have seen times, the only reason to bring this up, I have seen times where out of nowhere, Jesse, just when you think, oh, we're back. Boy, 2 days later, like say Monday, we come back and it's dead. You're like, what? What happened? Where did everybody go? It's crickets, And so just trade it while we got it, because we got some heat today for sure.
Yep. Got to trade the moves when you have them.
And Jesse, every time it seems like I see your profile picture, like, of course, they're so small until you zoom them in. Did you used to have long hair?
Oh yeah. I've had long hair, short hair, all kinds of hairstyles. But yeah, I did have long hair probably for the longest time. Yeah, and like long hair, like longish hair, Considered for a guy, down past my shoulders. I play guitar and piano, so when I'm playing guitar and I have long hair, it's just a better look with long hair and the guitar and the country music and all that kind of stuff.
You're trying to pull a 90s Tom Cruise vibe off with that, maybe, possibly.
From Mission Impossible 2. Yeah, sure. That'll work.
Yeah, the old school. That was like the thing there for a minute. I remember even like Brad Pitt, all those guys were kind of growing their hair out. I'm like, yeah, if you got the hair, do it. I'm growing mine out for once. That's why I asked that.
Yeah. And the Crow Trades asked Jesse, what voices do? I do a lot. I do particularly cartoon voices. I do a lot of stuff on YouTube. So some YouTube channels, some voiceover for YouTube. And then I do a lot of impressions, politicians, kind of you name it, RFK, Trump, Tucker Carlson, lots of just different people. And then I do a lot of audiobooks too. So just my voice, and I'm on ACX. So there you go.
All right, how about this? How about you finish us out. Here, what's that? Yeah, poor Joe. Hey, it's all right, Joe. Bald's in. Bald's always in. You know, balding's always in, brother. I like a nice.
What's that?
I love it. Jesse, let's hear a good Trump then on the way out today. Let's give us a Trump. Let's go over a stock. How about break down Tesla right now on the day? What's high of day on Tesla, and what do you see on Tesla in the Trump voice?
Let's turn over to Tesla and let's find out. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up. Do you have it pulled up?
Yep, I do.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to go back to your screen then. I can't read your screen. Let me zoom in. Hi, Dave. What is that? 450? No. Yes.
Yeah, 450.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. So,
Tesla's looking really great right now. Believe me, it's reaching all-time highs. No, these are not all-time highs. These are 450. 450 today. It's looking great. It's looking great, and it's reaching well above over the 9 EMA, and we'll find out what we're gonna do later on. So, stay tuned, people.
Love it. There we go. Oh, love it. You will have it the last 5 minutes. We'll do Jesse's impression of the day. Bye. And then whoever it's going to be. RFK joins us today.
We'll do RFK. Yeah. My father was working, and then I don't even know what I'm doing anymore for the FDA. Okay,
good
okay,
stuff.
I better stop doing that for now.
Hey, it's all right.
Go into cartoon mode, dude. I start doing cartoon voices, it'll get way wonkier and crazier.
There we go. Yeah. Hey, it's always good to have something like a voice like that. To be able to do little different voices. I always wanted to do that. I just never really tried. But yeah, man, I love the people that can do all the different impressions. That's real fun.
Yeah,
it's great. Believe me.
I love it.
All right, I'm signing off. It's great seeing you, brother, and I will see you again soon. I'll be back for the earnings stream later on.
See you, my man. Let's get to it. See you, Jesse. And yeah, he'll come back later on today, so we'll join Jesse and, of course, Steve later this afternoon for the, I always want to call it for the drive-in show, the drive-home show, I always think afternoon radio, and people are driving home that 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. People are driving home. Tune in to Jesse as he and Steve will be breaking down today's earnings and giveaways. I mean, 25K giveaway. That's pretty cool. That's a great eval. Like I said, you don't need to worry about at first the money and profits. To me, it's all about the chart. Chart. Who are you going to be as a trader? How are you going to trade? You're going to scout. You're going to go long and go short. Maybe a combo of the two. You sit back and wait kind of trader. You're a scalper, so you trade a little bit more often. Maybe a little bit higher, lower win rate, but higher trades. You have more wins. So you got to figure all that. It's a lot. What moving averages are you going to want to use, or do you want to use? Do you use the VWAP? This, that, and the other. Do you care about opening range or lower range breaks, etc.? Let me go back to CBRS still not live. So CBRS, I'm going to keep my eye on that over the next hour or two. And yes, call-in show topic of the day, team. Do not forget. How do you find a good trading day if P&L is removed from the equation? Again, Joe, good job from him. I'm going to start you. We're 2 of 20, but it was came up with a list of questions for us for the call-in show. Last week we used one of them. This week another. That's a great one. It just speaks so much to me because I don't care about the P&L. Never look at it, and so I love that. It's a good question for the day. So how do you find a good trading day if P&L is removed from the equation? Because you go back to yesterday and TDIC. I only got filled 250 shares. Now, I know for some people, 250 shares, that could be a lot. That's like, well, that's heavy. That's a lot of shares. I'm usually 50 or 100. That's just one of my scale ends. I wanted to get filled bigger. I hadn't seen a lot of bounce plays working out over the past week. Plus, honestly, it's almost been 2+ weeks since I've seen a real good bounce play. And so I went smaller. And generally, I'd been going heavier down low, light up top. So I would have been 250 regardless, but usually I'd go like 500, then 1K or whatever. This time I was just 250. So it still would have been nice to be filled 500 shares or 750 shares. I was only filled 250. That's it. It sucked. Go back and look at TDIC. We all know what TDIC did, right? It went on a crazy barn burner move. I mean, we're now just finally coming back, and we're still not even back. Whoops, not TDI. TDIC, yeah, this guy right here. 624. This play is halted down again. I don't want to chase this, but boy, oh, this This has room to continue to crack back on down here. Just going back to yesterday as I'm looking at this on the chart over here. Woo-wee. This is nasty here, team. TDIC and Lesl, new high of day. Lesl, new high of day. But TDIC here has room to run down. Are we finally going to hit that plateau? Yeah, we're finally running into this. So I would imagine TDIC starts to see some sort of bounce potential into 550. So just be worried about that. I should have kept my eye on this earlier. I forgot about this play. Huge sell-off. Look at the shelf crack on down. My gosh-os. Anyway, back to the call-in show question of the day. So P&L, I don't look at it, but so if you remove it from the equation, because yesterday I only made $200 on it's only because imagine if I was in bigger shares. I almost made $1 per share. That's great. I made like 190 essentially off 250 shares. So that's really good. But just remove that from the equation. I was in at 387 taking profits in the 20s. That's a stupid good day. Now the P&L's not huge. The P&L's not showing me $1,800 or $10,000 or even $500. It's only showing me 187, 190, whatever it was. But I got overall, when you look back at that, 30 points from 387 entry, it went all the way up to 30, went over that, 30 points plus. In after hours, market was 30. Crazy stuff here. We are a talented bunch. Yes, we are. TAC. Everyone's loving the impressions. Steve should be joining soon for the call-in show. He'll be joining us soon here, team. Beautiful move though today from Lesl. Let's go back over to Lesl TDIC. I want to watch this though. I'll watch it on my end of things over to the left, and I do want to go back over to Lesl. Lesl, we're not. This is all bull right now, team. All bull for Leslie, whatever you want to call it. This is going to be your new demand area right around 315 or so, somewhere right around 315. Now we're going to into that $3 area right through here. This is looking like it wants to go for more. Charting wise on the way up for Leslie here, LESL, less L. I see resistance here at 380, so we'll see a little bit right now. Well, we're blowing through it a little bit. We're at 390, but I see a little bit past chart history right around 380. If it can hold 380, this play could continue to go for more. Over 380, next resistance I see is going to be all the way up at 420. Over 420 to 450. Over that to right around 490, close to $5. Lesl, good squeeze play right here, team. I wish I would have taken the bounce play now. I was a little worried because we weren't seeing a lot of plays holding up at that point. This plateau is perfect. Now we're talking $1.50 from that bounce area that I alerted. Again, this is not going to be seen for a while. This most likely won't either. But this is what I'm looking for. Now, this one's not as perfect and it's not as flat. But these areas that do have resistance and consolidation, that will then become the bounce area. And then you got to think about also the retracements. Earlier retracements were going from 275, we'll call it down to about 190. So we'll call that, no, it's 220. My gosh, Josh, I'm not reading that right. That's 225. So about 30 cents of a reversal. I think this one's about the same. 260, down to 230. And boy, she's blowing up. Now your reversals are getting a little bit bigger. 320 down to that's 70 cents, or 60 cents, I should say. 60 cents down to 260. So doing math, your last big good reversal was 60 cents. So you want to base it off of that. Well, now at this point, what's that mean? This area is going to be the new support. This little consolidation area, boop, boop. Do you see these touches right through there? Right around 340 would probably be where we see the next bounce. AAIO, grab the dip. Nice. What's up, though? How we doing, Michael? Mr. D. Ryder, how we doing? Oh, man, we got a lot going on here in the small caps. Woke up a little. Look at TSCO is very oversold to announce 24-cent dividend to hold a few days to catch a few dollars move. Then data this morning was great. Over on, looks like Tabasco. What this is, though, what is this? Tractor Supply. Really? They're down this low? Oh, okay. This is you said the dividend 24 cents. Okay, that was confusing the hell out of me, Michael. Yeah, nice, good day. Let's go back and look at here just overall in the chart. Let's go back to 4 hour. Woo. Well, she's been beat up here recently, eh? She has been beat up. This chart definitely needs you can see this is going to be resistance now. So somewhere right around this 31 mark, strong resistance over 31. Watch for a pop up. to right about there in 31.40. Over 31.40, we run up to right around 32 for TSCO. Me and food. You bring up anything that looks like Tabasco. I mean, that's close. It does look more like Tractor Supply now that I look at it, but SPY very close to that 750 market, hit 749.50. Our burner play of the day so far now, at least for the time being, is Lezel. I hear a doorbell. I hear a doorbell. Oh, I know what's going on. I have to do something real quick. Hold on a sec.
Testing. All right, got my sound. Hello.
Yeah, I'm
there
back.
You
now
are.
I'm back. Sorry, had to refresh everything there. Refresh. There we go. How we doing? That's what happens just every once in a while. We have to refresh the EV Mux because I was like, why am I not seeing Steve? And so I was like, oh gosh, I was got to refresh. Lezel, nice good move up today there, Mr. Steve the Achieve. Small caps, obviously saw yesterday having some fun. You had some fun yesterday in the small cap sector.
It's a good time.
Yeah, it was. And we brought more of that into today. So we're seeing more movement today. I don't know if you caught any of it. What have you been looking at in trading?
I was looking at a massage table because I was getting a massage this morning. I was having some tension headaches, so I needed to take a morning off the trading there. But I'm back feeling a lot better. And yeah, those small cappers, they continue to move along with the market. Man, everything's just screaming today. Wish I was in the mix there. But
yeah. Definitely interesting, Mike. I'm making sure I'm catching up with chat. I'm always Machine Gun Steve. Okay, I thought it was Crowbar Steve, but all right, whatever. You know, I remember you're going to show up at my house with a crowbar. I think Michael Noss said the other day, so I was calling you Crowbar Steve.
Okay, that's a lot better than some of the nicknames I've had growing up. So I'll take Crowbar Steve. That sounds pretty badass.
Oh yeah, watch out for Crowbar Steve. He gonna get you. All right, so Steve, the Achieve, call-in show question of the day. How do you define a good trading day if P&L is removed from the question?
If P&L is removed, that's a really good one. So what defines a good trading day if you're not talking about the money you brought home? For me, Josh, it's about following a plan, knowing what you're going to do going into it and executing that. And sometimes it's a good trading day when you take 2 stop outs and you say, okay, my read isn't good, but I stuck to my system twice, and maybe it's just not my day. So I would still consider that a good day because I know you talk about the different kinds of trades, right? You have a few more, but I always consider you have big wins, you have small wins, you have small losses, and sometimes you have big losses, but you really shouldn't. And that's the one you really want to avoid. So as long as I'm not having big losses and I'm sticking to my system, I consider that a good trading day. What do you think?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I mean, every day you need to come in with the plan, right? Every day. What are you looking for? Why are you looking for it? Like I was saying earlier, going out to eat with mom and dad the other day, oh my God, the crawfish. I love it. Have you ever had crawfish before being in California? You had some crawdad.
Yes, sir. I got some family around the country, and yeah, I love a good seafood cook, a little, what do you call it, crawfish boil? When you get a big pot, you get all the seasoning and stuff.
Yes. My man Steve knows the goods then, yeah. So we had that while season's ending. So one of our favorite restaurants in town had like their last night, so we had to go get it. It was amazing. But when I walk in, I'm looking for mom and dad, right? I'm like, okay, I'll walk, I'm like, oh, there they are, and I'm looking for that table, and that's the table I eat at, and that's where I get my bread. That's where I make money. That's my kind of analogy where every day I'm going to the stock market, I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that setup. Like yesterday with TDIC, which we went over. I know yesterday I went over earlier on the live stream here. I'm looking for that every day. Does it form every day? No, but when it does, you got to take advantage of it. And then even like we talked about, I was only filled 250 shares, unfortunately, on TDIC. I wanted more shares, didn't get filled more shares. And so I didn't make, but maybe 185, like I said, $200 out of it. But I got, 20, 30 points, it went like, that's crazy. So that was like, that's a crazy good day. Like, does the P&L reflected this crazy amount? No, but man, I killed that trade.
Absolutely. I like that because if you're able to just compound a correct setup executed well, it doesn't really matter how much you make because it's just going to kind of, compound. It'll snowball. And I just look at it as, are you making progress or are you taking a step back, And
right.
Small wins, that's good progress. That's good progress.
You're good. Yeah. Forgot about that. Do you have the link for the Google Meet?
Let's see. I think I have an old one. So, all right.
All right. Well, I am in. So whenever you get in, let me know, and I will mute Evie Mux. Evie Mux, and yeah, you just put that in the. There you go. All right. I'm gonna mute. On the live stream, and there should be no echo. So let's make sure you can hear Steve and I. Check. Mic 1, mic 2. You got the EV Mux, everything muted?
Let's see. Yes, I
had catfish. Oh, I love catfish. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's anything. I love that. Yeah. That Southern, of course, that's what I was saying. You don't really see like barbecue out West. You probably don't see crawfish boils out West. So that's why I say that. But yeah, that Southern, the different, but I love the spice. Oh my gosh. Cause I time it. It's about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm like, oh, my lips aren't burning anymore. Cause I had 2 pounds myself and helped mom finish off hers. And so I probably had about 2.5 pounds of crawfish. And of course, the corn, potatoes, the sausage. Oh, man, it's so good. Yeah. So that's some good eating the other night. Good eating. I love it. Love good old crawfish boil for sure.
Man, you're speaking my language real quick. What's the secret to that? I know like Cajun cooking, I want to say it's like the Trinity. Is it like carrots, onions, and I think bell peppers? It gives it that super unique, just kind of extra spice. I'm not sure what's going on there, but yeah.
Anything. It's a lot of the stuff that you add into it too, like the seasoning that they add into it, 100%, adds in extra of that, it's, I've never done it myself. So I'll tell you this next house, I'm devoting my next house to doing so many things. Of course, I'll have more room. I have that big outdoor kind of kitchen area, but I'm going to have I'll have more room to do stuff, and I'm going to get something to do crawfish boils. Cause oh my gosh, oh man, having them done fresh in person to pour it out over the table or whatever and just go to town, my man. So I will know soon, for sure. But I watched videos, like there's a few guys that I watch, like or follow on YouTube or whatever it might be that, the cooking people, that's all they do on their videos, just nonstop. They're cooking this, they're cooking that. And so I've watched a few, and usually they just add in a ton of spices. But then they have those extra little things that you're not thinking about that add that, extra flavoring too. So yeah. You wouldn't think it. They're gross looking creatures. Oh, but mighty good. And put the link out there. Smoke Tuna says he wants to call in. And anyone new, I just want to let you know, if you are a new trade or a first-time caller, I've teased this across the board to so many people. We're giving away a free 5K eval. Free. That's free, right? So first-time caller, just call in. Talk about catfish, crawfish. Talk about movies. Talk about maybe like we just talked about, what defines a good trading day for you, even if the P&L is not involved. Take away the P&L for the day. What is a good trading day like for you? Because I do have, I work with traders that feel like when they don't take trades, they just sit there all day and they feel like they've, wasted their time. I've had so many traders throughout the years like, well, that was just a waste. Like, no, that's good. You're building some discipline. You had patience. You just didn't see the right setup. And maybe you did get a little timid, but that's stuff you can go back over and start to work on. But that's still a good day. It's much better than, well, I went, 3 for 10 and I went full tilt and I'm down $800,
Right.
Yeah. Just one of those things with you. I'm telling you right now, call in. I got one. Do it now. All right. Do it now. Yeah. We'll
Awesome.
Call in. Boil up for the win. Yeah. Boil up for the win. 1972, Mr. JJR. Soak 'em in lemons first. Yes, there we go, Steve. Yeah, Steve. Old Bay seasoning. That's a good one. I love some Old Bay. That's some good stuff right there. Does it count if you're a newbie to trading? Well, if you're a first time caller, you haven't called before, have you? 1972. As long as you're a first time caller. Well, and I don't think you have. You know what? You could just be a different personality today. Mind Music Muscle could be Uncle Chris today instead of Mind Music Muscle. And then hey, it's Uncle Chris. Okay, I don't know you. I've never talked to Uncle Chris before. Call in. Yeah, if you never called in before, call in. Yeah, you'll get a free 5K eval. It's kind of the twist in your arm to call in. I know I'm a talker. Obviously, like my music muscle said earlier, I was born to yap. Obviously, this. You give me a mic, it's watch out. Steve loves to talk too. We talk stocks, talk movies. We're just talking. It's natural to us. So again, I get the whole getting on the mic or not really on the mic, but on the show, even on radio. I always thought it was so funny. for people that they were scared to call in, like my dad. A lot of radio stations are caller driven. They want to hear from the fans. They have a question, whatever it might be. And some people are just so scared to talk. And even like, it's funny when you go into the station and they don't want to sit next to the mic. So, you'll have the mic in front of you and man, they'll be like miles away from it, and then I'm like, scoot up, like get closer to the mic. What are you so scared of? No one can see you. And it's just funny how just talking, and I guess it's that whole talking in front of an audience, like you're giving a speech, but I'm like, you're not. I know there's an audience, but you're just talking, so I don't know. It's just never really hit my head that way, but I know for some people it does. So that's how we're trying to twist your arm, say, hey, you got a free 5K eval. Because we had one a couple weeks ago. I think it was Amanda was her name, but she saw it on the Discord. And that's like, oh, what? It's almost like she saw a Craigslist listing. And she was like, oh, free 5K eval, call this number. Okay, cool. Hey, yeah, I'm calling for the free 5K eval. Oh, sweet. I do get one. All right. Anyway.
No, I love it. It's interesting. Yeah, public speaking can mess with some people, especially on the internet. And Josh, I know you probably never seemed to have a concern with this, an issue with this. Back in like high school and college, I used to hate giving like talks in front of the class or anything, any kind of reports or anything. I remember back in elementary school, staying up all night dreading a book report that I had to give. Now it's like, what, it says 84 people in here. I bet it's more. It doesn't feel like it, because when you just start talking, you start realizing that, hey, you don't really have to say anything super profound all the time. People just want to relate to somebody, So I think that what we do here is we're super relatable. We have some stuff to say, to share, of course. But at the end of the day, we're not, sitting behind some trading desk on Goldman Sachs or something. We're like you guys. We're in the trenches looking for opportunities every day. And, that's what it's all about.
It's funny that I see that all so often when they say like my Uncle Chris said, their number one fear in the world, it seems like, or supposedly do studies, is public speaking. I would vouch wrong, because I would say, okay, let's do a futuristic or movie type of TV show, and on every Friday night, join us on what are you most Fear Factor,
Fear Factor, yeah, come on,
Fear Factor, redone again, and what it would be okay. You either give a public speak in front of these 1,000 people, or you go get in that Shark Tank over there with sharks that haven't eaten in a week. Which one are you going? You gonna go talk to some people or go get in the Shark Tank? I'm pretty sure you gonna go start to talk to some people. Just saying. So it's funny how that always says that, because me as a kid. Yeah. Oh, Smoke Tuna. What's up, Smoke Tuna? How we doing, bud?
Howdy.
Can you hear us, Tuna? How you doing?
Good. But I think my audio is not coming through the YouTube. Is it?
It should be. It should be. If they can hear me and you, or me and Steve, they should be able to hear you too as well. Oh my God.
All right. Man, I'm just
how
happy
low is
that
TDI? How low is
the small cap market is back.
Yeah,
small cap's back. Yeah, absolutely.
Man. Last few days, I think it's been a week, 2 weeks, very quiet. Like you just don't hear any sound, in the small cap market.
Right.
Very, very quiet. I was wondering watching the news for a reason. Don't see any reason that like everyone knows what's going to happen, what's going on, So I guess I haven't even seen last few years the same effect, in the small cap. Like it's never been this quiet for that long.
I wonder, do you think it has anything to do with just like the fact that we have been on this historic rally in SPY and the mega caps? Do you think it's kind of just taking the attention away?
That could be, but why even today the small cap is back?
Great question.
So I don't know. Like I think that's something to think about. Like to see why it went so quiet, because all these small cap companies, they are always pump and dumps, right? They do what they do always, right? Why the last few days have been so quiet? That's very interesting to see. Yeah, I'm just happy that the market is back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, I just hope it stays. I just want it to stay. I don't want it to be some kind of tease, and the next thing you know, it slows down again. So yeah, I'm like, I was right there with you. It was really getting slow. So it's nice to see the move back on up here and getting multiple moves. You get $1 plays, you get $5 plays, you get $10 plays. So it's not like you get different price ranges to trade in too. So it depends on who you are. You don't have to just stick with $1 sub $1 tickers that are spiking. No, you get that. You get $5 tickers, you get $10 tickers, or you get $3 and $4 tickers that turn to $30 tickers that come back to $4 tickers like it just did now. I'm like, TDIC is literally almost back to my entry price from yesterday, which is nuts.
Wow. That's just crazy. I just still can't wrap my head around how something can move that fast. I know this is your world, guys, and you're like, yep, that's another day at the office. To me, it's just insane watching something move from what, $5, $3, all the way to 33 in the course of a couple hours.
Yeah.
Truly wild. Truly wild.
I mean, seeing in small cap 1,000% runner is another day, is another Tuesday.
Absolutely. I always think it's so funny. You guys are just literally another day at the office. I'm losing my mind over here watching the price action. Big caps don't move like that. I don't care what happens.
Yeah.
That's pretty fun.
Yeah, I loved it back in the day. Always, like I said this so much when I first started trading, like 2017, 18, 19, and usually most days in SPY and anything in the NASDAQ or whatever were obviously not moving like they are now. And so, whatever, slow in the like I was, as I was getting older, start watching world news or whatever it is, or the nightly news, and they always would talk about that, like a quick little briefing on, all right, the day on the stock market, blah, 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 we're down, and whatever it might be. I remember so many times where they would say it was slow or we were down in red. It's so funny how it didn't correlate. Well, because they of course don't care about small caps, but I was like that. So you're like, yeah, well, not for us in the small cap sector. You should have seen our office today. We were going bonkers. We had people. It was like Wolves of Wall Street in our place. It was like it's crazy time over here. What are you talking about? It's slow. I'm like, it ain't slow for us. And it's that's what I love about it. Just of course me being Mr. Fast Paced. Look at like Leslie right now. LESL, less L. I mean, going on a nice 200% parabolic move. I talked about taking the 260 bounce play, and this ends up now going all the way from 260 all the way to 360 plus or 460 plus. So yeah, great move. SPY. Oh, are we halted down again? TDIC is now halted down again at $4. SPY has a pretty good size sell off, but TDIC, where is the end on this? That could almost be a call-in show giveaway today in the last 30 minutes here. Where is TDIC on the 1 p.m. print time? What is the price? It's almost like that the earnings challenge we do.
Josh, I cannot get over looking at that chart, and it's just the funniest thing in existence. It's just the biggest candle in the world, followed by the second biggest candle in the world in the other direction. What can you do?
Crazy.
I
brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, Josh, look at the daily candle. Like, I think it's just gonna take out the yesterday's daily candle.
Yeah.
He's flushing everything out. So going back to 3 or maybe going back to $2.
That's what this saw. This was using the trade the poo station today. This was trading the trade the poo station today. That is crazy sauce. And it's literally, I mean, this is even more of a straight down move than yesterday's more move up. Because yesterday we had some consolidation, there were some pullbacks. This is just, once we cracked, we have literally not seen. I've seen in the 3-minute time frame 1 green candle, and in a 5-minute time frame none. That is nasty sauce. Nasty. And here's the thing. How many traders are, I hate to use the word because they could have gotten out, should have gotten out, are stuck long on this at say like 10 plus, and they're hoping for this play to start halting back on up. Oh, the Holden Hopers of the world. So let's ask you the question. You got to answer it for sure, 100%, Mr. Smoke Tuna. Define a good trading day when the P&L is taken away and out of the equation.
Today is a good trading day. When you see multiple 100% runners on small cap, that's a good trading day.
I love it. So as long as the market's given those setups, that's all you need to have a good day. That's what defines it. That's great.
I mean, that's it. Forget about because everything will come to you because the market is giving. That's the day of giving. So that's a good trading day. I mean, the days that the market doesn't give you, don't try to take it from the market because it's gonna take it away from you. So yeah, today, you see, there's 3, almost 4. 100%, almost 100% runners. That's what you need. You don't need much more.
And then we have a stock down 100% on the day in TDIC. So it's like, hey, there you go. You got
still
100%.
Giving. If you take the other side, it's still giving.
Right. Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's such a great way to look at it too. I think so many people are tied to well, it's a good day in the market if my stock goes up. What about if it's a good day in the market, if you get some good action? Like I've been trading Micron in both directions this week just because the action's so good. You get big old moves in either direction. By the way, Cisco wiping out here. Cisco coming down pretty decently from morning highs. I wonder if SPY needs to take a little bit of a header down south, but sorry to interrupt. Just started looking at the charts here.
No worries.
I love that though.
If you want to see like a bad trading day, those were the days like just before a few days ago, right? That like the days were completely dead. Like you don't even see like a 50% runners, right? On a small cap, there's no 50% runners. What's going on? Is the world ending or something is going on, right? That's the question. For me, like I was like, okay, did they pass some new laws, new something? That all the small caps completely gone, because we know that all these are shit companies, right? They could be wiped out. But no, they are not. They're still alive. So be happy for that. I guess there's more good days to come. So
No, I love that. That was definitely me. I mean, even still now, but that was like me at first. Yeah, like that could be a good way to analogize it, or just say that. I'm like, it's hey, we're hot. I love today. This is whether I lose or win. I'm like, this is great. This is what I want to see. Versus, when it's really slow and dead, and there's not a lot of opportunity. Those are just that's a bad day at the office. There's not a lot to be had there. So loved it, love it. Smoked tuna, my man, of course, doing good. Smoked tuna. How's the trading been? I'm sure good as always. Yeah.
But I mean, guys, the Friday live is amazing. Keep the good work. Like that's an amazing show. I guess there's no other show similar to that all over the YouTube, right? So keep it up. I think we need to attract more crowds because the psychological, the game. That's what we need to teach everyone, right? That's the only way.
Yeah, Sailing Girl.
I was listening to all of them, all of those stories. Those are the ones you need to remember. You need to rewatch again and again because that's how you can.
Love it. Good stuff there, Smoke Tuna. And I love the good words. I know Michael Catskill, Carlo, the guys in the background at US with all of the backgrounders are going to love hearing that. We're going to push it. It's still, kind of a baby, and the more we push it, the more we'll make it, even better and more fun. So I'm glad you love it, and have a little something different going on that other people aren't doing on YouTube. So definitely glad that you enjoy it, my man. And join anytime you want. Anytime you want to hop on with us, let me know, and you can join us.
That's 3 a.m. for me. I tried to join. I 2 nights I tried to stay up till 3 a.m. and I was like, I'm giving up.
I'm giving up.
I mean, I'm passionate about trading, but I'm not that passionate. You will not catch me doing anything at 3 a.m. except for sleeping. So we appreciate you even trying.
Love it, man. Love you calling in, Smoke Tuna. It's always good hearing from you, man. Have a good rest of your week.
Have a good week. Ciao.
Love it. And I was gonna say was Sailing Girl. I need Jason, it's her boyfriend. I need your boyfriend to make a Friday Night Live sign, like with the trade the pool colors. So it's got have a black outline with a pink light. So it's all these little, like one of these little boxes. So right behind me, Steve, you see that that little M series, of course, the M sign for BMW. It's like it can light up. And it lights up the colors of the M's white, red, the blue colors, but have like an FNL, like it says TTP FNL. So it'll have TTP FNL, and the lettering is all pink within like this with the or opposite, or black with pink outline. But I'd want pink with black outline.
Yeah, that pink could pop so nicely.
So on Friday Night Live, I could have that in the background all lit up. So we need to get into that. Okay, we need to look into that. And I'll get you dimensions like on how big, like say top and bottom letters. Have them both like 6 inches a piece, so it's 12 feet or 12 inches, I should say total. We'll figure out 5 and 5, so it's 10, something like that. Well, I'll get a measuring tape out to see how big I'd want it, but. Anyhow, that would be good. So that's why I was saying your name. I said, you're like, why are you saying my name? I was like, oh yeah, I need that done. That would be so cool. That would be so cool. And thank you, Trade the Pool. Like I said, I know Steve said, call in, first time callers, new callers, get a free 5K eval. So join. I know there's a few out there that are. What happened to? I thought there was going to be a new one that was going to call in. What happened to him? What happened to JR? What happened in 1972? Don't be so.
Get back here.
Can't be scared. You want a free 5K eval to go just trade away all day, every day. No PDT rule.
Free 99, guys. Come on in.
Ooh, guess who got? Both of us got free 99 yesterday. You on WOK, you got woke, baby. You got that waka waka waka, and then I got freaking TDIC. I took that thing to the sky. Free 99 over and over. That was just I couldn't believe that. We got off the stream. I walk away. I'm in small shares. Like, okay, I'm sitting pretty small shares. It's in the 5-6s, whatever it was at. I took my break, right? So I go out there, chill with the dogs. I let them outside even. I'm chilling with them. It's a beautiful day yesterday again. I'm outside chilling with them, and finally I'm like, oh yeah, let me go check on TDIC. We were boom at 9. I'm like, we're at 9, and then we go to 11. I'm like, we're at 11, and then like that wasn't even. I'm like, what is this? Is nuts. Like here we go with TCGL again. Almost in retrospect, the percentage wise. Going from 10 to 1, it's close percentage wise, so was a bonkers move to see that. But yeah, that was awesome to watch that yesterday, and I was like, it's up again. And then there's a girl that I'm talking to getting into trading, and of course I get that throughout the years, like, hey, I want to get into it, and I always thought about it. I'm like, hey, I'll help you out, blah, 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 blah. So we're texting, and she knows, she was kind of watching the stream, of course, where we last saw it, or she last saw it, because she, watched the stream with us and then kind of moved on with her day. And I texted her back saying, you should look where it's at now. And she was like, she could not believe it. She's like, what? And I'm like,
It's insane. Yeah. Truly nutty stuff. And I love how you were only in small shares for the rest of the move, but you're not sitting here going, why didn't I full port? Because that's not reasonable. That's not responsible. It's about collecting those base hits and, like you said, free rolling. So that was a beautiful trade.
Beautiful. So we have 3 different ways that we've talked about what defines a good trading day, even if the P&L is not involved. I love that. So you gave a different aspect than I did. Mine, of course, different than yours. And then we have smoke tunas, both different than ours. So nice to see that overall. Who woke the cat up? Tack, was it me being real loud? Was it you? Dude, that's number 1 on Crow's Wall of Worry. Oh, I love it. Dude, that's number 1 on Crow's Wall of Worry. That's a good one. Wall of Worry.
The Wall of Worry. I like that.
Yeah. Good stuff. Buying satellite phones. Okay, well, until we get another call-in show guest, we can do a quick little tease, because guess what you will be doing later today?
I have to guess.
Well, you're covering earnings. I thought you would say.
Okay, well, I was like,
you're like, I don't know, what am I doing later today, Josh? Well, you're putting me on the spot.
I was assuming you were honestly going to say something about watching The Fifth Element. So no, I will.
I didn't do it yet. I didn't want to yet. I was going to wait to the very end, because I did talk about that before you joined. I was like, I wonder if he's watched it yet. You're supposed to last night. You're supposed to last weekend.
I'll never tell. You'll never know. No, it was a late night. I went out, saw my girlfriend. We went out to dinner. So tonight. Yeah, I'll do it tonight. But what also is happening after hours here is that we are going to be doing a really interesting earnings show. I'm looking forward to it. Josh, that's starting at 12:30 my time, 3:30 market time, and it's going to be a good time. We're going to be getting into some fun tickers. Are you my date tonight?
It's Jesse again.
Oh, it's Jesse again. I need to check that sheet. But yeah, it's going to be a good one. Let me double check my notes and see what we are going to be getting into.
A couple of interesting ones right out of the gate for me. Rumble, and XNDU. Xandu Quantum. That XNDU has been such a good multi-day, multi-week runner for day trades. Of course, and Rumble's been around for a while. I like looking at it. Of course, AMAT. So there's names I would be looking at. CELC, that'd be another name I'd be looking at this afternoon. Even maybe FIG, possibly.
Yeah.
So those are names I'm looking at. You're going to break them down further and what you expect out of them. You can give your little.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Just letting you guys know, it looks like Micron and SanDisk are doing the thing. So you know me, I just tagged in for just a little bit, just to keep an eye on it. Looking strong. So what I'm looking for, especially in tonight's earnings, I'm really focused on AMAT there. I think that's going to be a great barometer for the strength and the duration of this semiconductor trade, in terms of, are we just going to see nonstop popping? Is there going to be any pullback at all? And what we can kind of infer from this really big semi-cap company to kind of give us a hint there. One other one on my radar here, because nuclear is nuclear. It isn't making sense to me why it's so weak. So let me pull up the daily for NNE in particular. This is going to be a small cap, kind of, well, not super small, pretty small cap nuclear reactor company. So it's very coiled on the daily chart. To me, it looks like a really nice base. But these ones just haven't been getting the big rally that a lot of the other risk on sectors have. So I would love to see them step up and start to get the nuclear ball rolling. Then we can, get all these great plays in with NNE, SMR. We have some options like UUUU moves fast, UEC. All of these have been kind of dormant here, and I'd love to see them kind of be set off by something in the sector, because I think long term, even midterm, we're going to need to power these AI data centers somehow. And why not nuclear? That's my pitch.
Love it. Nuclear. Hopefully nuclear, talking about tomorrow. We get another Nuclear Friday from Micron, and we finally get my push I've been wanting through this 810, 815 area. It reminds me of last week. It's a little bit bigger pullback on Tuesday, but it's really doing kind of what it did last week, where last week ran up, failed on Tuesday, Wednesday, even on Thursday, failed yet again at that breakout of 585, couldn't get over it. Friday goes Banana Joe's all the way up to 750 by after hours, if not even further. And we're doing that again this week, where the pullback was on Tuesday. This week it was on Wednesday. Last week, doing almost the exact same setup here. Really loving this. Again, doesn't mean it's going to go, but it has that look. Man, I just know tomorrow I'll be eyes glued to MU.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's just such a great mover that I don't care which direction it goes. Just give me some action, Just give me some action, Josh. That's what I want.
Well, that's why I'm all over in the small cap space, baby. You can come over here anytime you want to. Well, for the most part, and get you some good action with us over here. That was fun. Now you got to, that literally, you got to admit, that was obviously, I know you will, but that was so much fun. You and WOK. Oh, and then finally my play out of nowhere, which I'm, which was funny. I keep teasing it. Like, yeah, don't forget I'm in TDIC. And everyone's like, yeah, Josh, whatever. It's barely moved. And then out of nowhere, whoop, halted up, and like, whoa, there it finally goes. And then another halt up into the sixes. And yeah, that was so fun to watch. And just, you got to think about lunch. That's midday. That isn't, we're, at opening bell. We're 2-3 hours after the opening bell, whatever. Yeah. And that was so cool to do that at lunch. That's why we're doing the lunch recaps. I know it's only Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We're trying to fit our schedule in, and I have all the schedules together. But that's huge. The fact that we're just recapping the day, and there you can see how you can take trades even at lunch with us and make some good money. I mean, your play went up somewhere close to 100%, from entry price. I know mine did, obviously, onward. So even when we're looking at it from 5 onward, it went on over 100% move. So
yeah, and it's not as impressive, but the MU trade we took, that was my big money maker for the day. So like it doesn't have to move 100% to really get cooking. That's why.
Yeah, because I went. Yeah, I went back and looked at that yesterday. I was like, boy, I forgot about that. Yeah, MU had worked its way all the way back up to 810 there by 812 or whatever it was by closing bells. Like, oh, that ended up working out perfectly yesterday. And yeah, good trade. And that's what I was saying earlier before you joined. It's all about the chart setup. Is the chart going to set up now? Jerry Maguire, show me the money. Well, show me the chart. If you show me the chart, we'll show you the money. And yesterday we had an hour of showing you the chart and then the money.
I love it. And also yesterday for the earnings report, we talked about USAR, we talked about Cisco. We took the Cisco trade. That was really nice. Caught about 7% of that insane 17% move after hours there. And USAR doing a whole lot of nothing. It didn't do much. Popped pre-market, dumped into the opening session, and now ripping back up over 25. And it's looking like people are buying the dip in this guy. So I do like that setup as well, if it can hold over this 25 pretty consistently for a little bit of a swing. Because I don't know, I liked the report. I think that they basically showed that they're on track and executing. They have all of these different mines, and they seem, different projects, I should say, 4 of them. And the recent Brazilian acquisition, I believe, is what is really providing the kind of stability to the balance sheet as they bridge towards their opening for 2028. So still a longer term play, but I think the market wants to start looking forward on this guy and hoping that can close over that 25 level and give us a nice little swing trade potentially.
Swing trade. Yeah, love it. Tack. Anyone else want to call in? At least you can put it in chat. Mind Music Muscle, Mr. Uncle Chris, Tack, Crow. You guys have been, especially Crow and Tack, I know you guys have been trading for a while. I know Mr. Uncle Chris, we just found out, just started in the last couple of weeks, which is really cool. And that's awesome. The way, Mr. Uncle Chris, you got an eval from us, correct? How has that been going? How's the eval been going for you? Nigel, same to you. How has the eval been going? If you guys want to chime in, Michael as well. Anyone else? What makes a good trading day when the P&L is removed from the equation? Want to hear from you guys? Put it in the chat. We can talk about it. Go over it. Boy, oh, TDIC continues to crash and crash and crash here.
Man, that's crazy. I am seeing a little double bottom action on SPY, as are, well, my MU and SanDisk starting to work, hopefully starting to work. And you know me, I trim pretty quick, so we're breaching through 790. 793 for me is the first trim. Next one at 797. If it sweeps that wick. Ooh, nice push up on SanDisk there. Beautiful, beautiful.
Here we go. Sweet. Got the 5K purchase max. Okay, cool. Got them credit, and then that's what I was telling any traders to do. You win the 25K or the 5K. It's like getting a gift card. Really, in the end, we give you credits. So you can go in and say, okay, I want to use these credits sort of bigger account, and so it's a free 5K or free 25K. But that doesn't mean you could say, hey, well, this is a discount or a little gift card toward a bigger account. So yeah, good job doing that. Got to the 25K. There you go. It has been a great, I love it. Mr. Uncle Chris in the house, giving me some love, of course, over on the Discord, YouTube, putting out videos, and he's commenting. So I appreciate the love and feedback. Again, I have tons of videos on YouTube, guys. So go watch the videos. I'm telling you, you want to learn stuff about small caps or just charting alone, go watch my videos. I have hundreds of videos, hundreds of live streams that you can go back and watch.
Love it. And it's really good stuff, guys.
Yeah,
I've been working my way through too, and it's awesome stuff, Josh. Especially like you were talking about those bounce play ones. That's where I started, and just so I get it live, but still, it was nice to have it in a nice, neat package like that. So highly recommended, guys. Check it out.
Love it. And the Taquito, their process system equals follow the process system is a great exactly. Essentially what Steve was saying, right? Didn't follow it's a bad exactly. Yeah, has nothing to do with winning, losing, or being exact. That's what I try to tell people. That Taquito for how long I've said that. And then I have people back in the day on that. The place that I used to stream live at, most people are all they want to show is their P&L. I never, because I don't look at it. I never have mine up. And I've had people throughout the years, well, why don't you show your P&L? I'm like, because I don't look at it. I'm like, I don't have it up anymore. I'm like, you're not going to get me to put it up just to impress you. Like,
exactly.
I'm worried about my chart and the stock itself, not how much I'm up or how much I'm down for the day. And so I try to just teach that so much throughout the years, and you're getting it so heavily over here for myself. Nos, it's never about the P&L. I'm just trading the chart, right? So whatever it is I make in the end, it is that. So that's huge. Yeah, that's the key. That's for myself for sure. One of those. I mean, that's like there'd be multiple things that you could add into that. And I think the two, the three that we've hit on today so far. My point, your point, and even Tuna's point. Smoke Tuna with the whole. That's that because you love that. You don't want to come in and be like, meh. You might as well just walk away that day because you come in with that. Man, slays. Well, you like all their stuff to trade today. And then you're excited, you're motivated. That's when you need to calm yourself down and wait for a setup and find it. But yes, that definitely makes it a better day for sure. Also, another one with an email that I don't have anymore. Oh, okay, wow. So yeah, Uncle Chris needs to find that email. Says I believe in Steve, Josh, and Jesse. Almost said Chameleonaire. Chameleonaire, the rapper.
Yeah. I haven't heard that name in a while.
Yeah, Ranjo here. We'll just go with the last name. Ranjo, I'll talk with that. 5883. Do you guys have any advice on how to grow the accounts on TTP? And like I just was saying with any of the guys that open theirs, whether it's Nigel, and they got a free one, Mind Music Muscle, Mr. Uncle Chris, take it slow. I usually say go smaller shares. Fine. Okay, hopefully you have a niche. You track, you journal, you back test. You like me, I can trade bounce plays with my eyes closed. So you know what you can. Well, not that you can do something with your eyes closed, but you get my point. You know what you're trading. You're not just going out there just randomly trading. And even if you are doing that, it's small shares. Take your base hits. $100 win, $200 win, 500 shares, no more than what you're trading small cap wise. I wouldn't go in over 500 or 1,000 shares if you just started. Your mental capability is just not going to be able to hold that. You need to start just like, hey, I need to figure out what I'm good at and to go trade it, and I'll go in 100 shares or 50 shares or whatever it might be, and then work your way up and work your way up and then work your way up. So that would be me.
100%.
Take it slow. Take it slow, buddy.
Josh, just to kind of just highlight your point, I guess. I mean, today I wasn't trading in the morning. I missed some really big moves. My whole thing when I miss big moves is don't take a little win if you're in the market, because probably the big juice has been squeezed and we're looking for just kind of mean reversion, some little plays, some little setups. So for example, I saw Cisco breaking down from a level. I mentioned that. Did tag in. I didn't want to interrupt the talks. I just looked back. I was up $50 and it was starting to pop again, reclaiming as the market was cooking. So I just took the $50 trade. It was 70 when I looked. It came back to 50 and I said, hey, I'm locking it in. Only green candles since then, 4 minutes ago. So sometimes it's just about not being greedy and just saying, hey, the easy trade is level to level, because I didn't know what Cisco was going to do. I knew it was going to break this and go somewhere, and then it found a buyer at 15. So I said, okay, that makes sense. That's enough. Same with Micron here. I just took some off, and now I'm hoping it comes back so I can add. But the important thing for me is as trades work, I'm de-risking and locking some of that in, and then it's to me it's all like this constant motion of like, all right, I'm going to risk a little bit, and hopefully I'm going to gain a little bit more. Okay, I pull that back into my pile. Now I'm going to risk a little bit of the pile, not all the money I just made. Then I'm going to pull that back in more, and the whole idea is to kind of build that equity curve, both intraday. For me, I love taking a quick momentum scalp in the morning if it looks good and just being very, very not greedy. Just I did this on the Fiverr stream in the futures market. What was it? Wednesday, when we had this crazy dump into crazy rip. I missed 3/4 of the move down to the downside, but because I built a little profit, I wasn't really stressing about it.
Right.
I was like, okay, I made a little money. Now the market's tanking. I bet I get a great dip buy. Fortunately, I kind of beefed it as we go on stream. I didn't really capitalize on the major dip. That being said, it also didn't kill me because I made a little bit. I caught a little bit of the move up, and that was enough for me to feel like, as we're talking about, bringing it back full circle to our topic, that was a good day. That was enough. And sometimes enough is enough. That's what I've been trying to drill into my head because, I get greedy too sometimes.
Yep. It happens. And good advice. And then even from tuning your tips on eval, always take a very small trade, like 5 shares. Make sure the trade is green before egg. There you go. Yes. Yeah. It's just slow and steady. Slow and steady. It's not about I gotta make money and grow this account into some funded account. That right there, I promise you, it'll ruin you as a trader. 100% will ruin you.
And Tuna is speaking from such good experience here because the whole thing with new traders is you go, I have FOMO, I need to get in now. You're full sized from the start. If it goes against you, then you move the goalpost and you say, well, I liked it already and now it's cheaper, so I'm going to buy more. So that's like adding into weakness, and you have to have a really strict game plan for that. You can't just decide that mid trade, oh, I'm going to start down a dollar cost averaging on this penny stock.
Right.
That's going to just get you slammed. The better play is always going to be pyramiding in, and it's not easy, but it's an amazing skill to learn. Micron's surging here, by the way. Bada bing, bada boom. That's an easy $6 so far on the trade.
I want that to the moon, baby. So keep it coming, keep it going, keep it coming, keep it going, keep it coming. I challenge Josh to do a live trade, small cap blindfolded directly by Steve. Okay, let's do it.
Oh, that sounds like a great. Oh my God, that sounds like so much fun. Should we do that on Friday?
We could, yeah, if you want to. Sure, yeah, I don't care. I'm down with that, yeah.
So we can trade for each other. That's gonna be so fun. All right,
let's do it. And I gotta be blindfolded. I have to fully be blindfolded. I can't see it. I just gotta I just have the market depth up of the what to buy and where to sell. You tell me where to buy and sell, and I got to do it.
I love that. That's gonna be so much fun. And I'll just have to take my glasses off because I'm blind as a bat. So that'll work out nicely. I'm gonna be looking forward to this. I gotta cook up something wacky for you, like something. I'm gonna find the weirdest chart of the day and be like, we're trading this.
Oh, out of the Google Meet. Here we go. Should be back to go and good here. Let me know if we are, team.
Testing.
Check. Mic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should be good to go.
Awesome.
All right, my man. Great call-in show. Good topic for the day. We'll keep coming up with some good topics for us to talk about. TDIC going on down. We still have Lezel and QUCY for small caps to keep your eye on. MobX, AIIO, some small cap plays to keep your eye on. And yeah, large caps all-time highs. We're banking. We're going. NVDAs, your Apples, your AMDs, your Googles, your SPYs, your Microns. Take advantage of this time because we are absolutely doing really good here, 100%. So going to sign off for the day here in the next couple of minutes. Any last comments for the day, Mr. Steve the Achieve?
No, sir. Just watch the SPY level. We are trying to do a failed auction down. Be careful if we lose the wick that just tried to catch here. I'm down to runners on Micron and SanDisk and out of my Cisco. So yeah, those are the only positions there. In terms of outside of that, guys, just come on around for power or for halfway through power hour. So 3:30, we're going to be starting our earnings stream. It's going to be a good time. We're going to be getting into, like we mentioned earlier, some fun ones. AMAT, very important for semiconductor sentiment going forward. We have NNE in the nuclear space. I'm also watching BTBT. It's a Bitcoin miner, as well as Figma there. So a lot of it's a grab bag today. We're getting a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, get some Jolly Ranchers, get some Skittles, get you jerky, get you some beef jerky, some Doritos, some Cheetos, a Pepsi, a Mountain Dew, a little of this, a little of that, and you'll make your way 2 or 3 hours minimum down the road to the next stop.
Knew you were going to make me hungry at some point, Josh. At least you saved it till the end this time, so I appreciate that. I'm going to go.
Yep, Lost Boys, Lost Girls, all you guys here on Trade the Pool, thank you for coming on over. Join this afternoon. We got 25K evals giveaway, so you better be over here. Join Steve, join Jesse. Ayush, if you wouldn't mind putting our links out there one last time as we head on off into the sunset until this afternoon. And of course, until tomorrow, me and Steve will be back for a lunch recap at 1 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you all there.
Love it. See you there, Josh.